Hello, hello, high income copywriters. I see everybody rolling in. Please type into the class chat that you can hear me, just so I know you can hear me. Yes, yes. All right. So I wanted to bring on, of course, right away, Sergeant Desmond Soon, the Executive Director of Dan Locke. Desmond.
Tina and high income copywriters, we are back. Yes, we are. I can see in the chat, everyone posting. Great, great. Tina, let's do a quick around the world. Let's see who's here, allowing a few more other members to jump on. And if you know of a brother or sister who is not yet in the chat, you're not seeing them type in the chat, quickly send them a private message or post something to tag them in Facebook group and let them know to join the class. All right.
Yeah, tag them in. Definitely. So around the world, where are you tuning in from?
That's right. Make sure you put in your city and your country. So we've got Malaysia, Poland, Brisbane, Georgia,
Calgary, Panama, Germany,
Venezuela, yep, Baltimore, okay,
Buffalo,
Hawaii, Chicago, good, Cambodia,
Sydney,
well done.
Hong Kong,
Okay, wow, this is going by really fast.
and
Bergen,
Mexico.
yeah, Norway, Philippines, Thailand, Atlanta. What do you see in the chat, everyone?
Tokyo.
What are you seeing in the chat, everyone? What do you notice from all of this? Yes, I saw it there. We are a worldwide community. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can be a copywriter as long as you master this high income skill. But tonight is going to be very important because you're going to want to learn how to, how to use your persuasion skills, learn how to make that irresistible offer is what we're going to be focusing on tonight. Remember last week, right? Who remembers in the chat? Let's do a quick summary. What did you learn last week? And I know there's going to be different angles, different perspectives. Type in the chat. What was the number one thing that you learned last week? Market stages, market sophistication, psychology, researching. Yes, yes. Who did your homework? Research, strategy, demographics. Good, good.
Ooh.
Tina, I've got one more question, okay? So who remembers in last class, see if you're paying attention, if you were going to open a restaurant, what's the one advantage you would want to have? Type in the chat.
Oh, Helen Hunger, she said it right away.
That's right, okay, great. So now that you've got your energy going here, Tina, I think we have an amazing amount of information that Sifu wants to bring along with the Avengers, the high income copywriter Avengers. So let's bring out on stage your mentor. Everyone, get together wherever you are, do it safely, stand up. If you are at your desk, stand up, push your chair back, put your pens down for a minute, put your hands together, help me bring to the stage your mentor, our mentor, Sifu Dan Locke.
High income copywriter, how many of you are seeing things differently now? Now, when you see ads, when you see emails, how many of you are now recognizing some of those patterns? Things that you didn't see before. Now, why is that? Why is that? They're the same ad, they're the same video, they're the same email. That's correct, because now you have a different lens. You have a different filter. Now you're seeing things from a high-income copywriter perspective, right? What about when you're doing the assignments, when you're doing homeworks? What are some of the aha moments you've learned about not just copy, but about yourself? Share that with me. Put in the chat. More focus. Love copy. Good. How many are now excited? Just like you get horny when you look at some of these ads, right? You're like, oh, this is so good.
Red card, Sifu.
Yeah, when people are looking at the junk mails, right? Or the junk mails, you're like, oh, this is so good. You're collecting them. You're treasuring them, right? Good, good. So, can you believe this? We are in week 4. We're more than halfway. through the HIC program. More than halfway. We've covered some pretty important fundamentals. So this week, we're going to talk about how to create irresistible offers. What kind of offers? Irresistible offers that sell like crazy. Because last week, right, we've already talked about the market. We've talked about market sophistication. We've talked about doing research. Now let's put it all together and take that next step. Of course, I have my team, my cooperating team joining me, Stephen, Ed, Peter, and Blake. Just quickly say hi.
What's up, guys?
Everyone.
Hello, HIC. Super excited.
I hope you guys are ready.
Okay.
It's a big one today.
Yeah, it's a big one today. So, did you do the research assignments from last week? Put in the chat. You better have. You better have. Because we are going to build on exactly what we taught you last week. Every single week, you notice, it's not just learning a bunch of stuff. Everything is stacking on each, like it's like a puzzle piece, right? We taught you one piece, now we're adding it into other piece. Step by step, it's like building the foundation. We're building a skyscraper. So if you didn't do the assignment from last week, you would struggle as each week goes by because things would make less sense to you if you haven't done it. You with me? Good. Now, if you didn't do the assignment, question is this. Was that coming from your higher self or lower self? I said last week, shit is going to happen. How many already have some shit happen in your life that you didn't expect? Emergencies, accidents. Look in the chat. Stuff just happens out of nowhere. Distractions. Isn't it amazing? Sifu is like a what are those tarot card reader, right? Like sharing that with you like a crystal ball, right? Like a psychic. Do you know why that is? Do you know why Sifu has the ability? I've been there, yes. I've gone through what you've gone through. And here's one thing I've learned. The more negative programming you have, the more lower self you have, maybe conditioning you have in the past, the bigger these issues, the bigger this shit. I'll say that one more time. More negative programming, more conditioning you have in the past, the bigger this stuff is when it happens. Because it means that your lower self or your conditioned self, like sometimes I like to call that, it is so programmed for survival for so many years that even the idea or any actions that you take to create any kind of change, this is why you have this kind of effect. If you study the spiritual law of success, you'll understand all these things happen. They don't just happen to you. You manifest all these things that just happens. All this shit that's going on. Subconsciously. And it's very easy to be off track. It's very easy to get distracted. And most people do. Most people do. Leave it distraction, leave it a resistance, leave it an accident, emergency. Now they're off track. Now they're back to the same old routine. The life of sameness. And they will live that again and again and again. So knowing if you think, oh, I'm so glad week 3 is over. I'm so glad these emergencies are behind me. Let me make another prediction. They're not over. They're not over. Your lower self doesn't want you to change. Do you understand? They don't want you to change. So every level is another devil. You get through this, and then some bigger shit is going to happen. It is, you understand your brain, for most people, the lower self, the conditioned self, it's not designed for success. It's designed for what? Mediocrity. Is designed to keep you staying in the same spot. And this is why you see, how many of you have ever seen this before? Even if yourself, you've been doing something good. Maybe it doesn't have to be anything related to career. It could be you're losing weight. You're just doing something good. Even in a relationship, everything's going well, but somehow, some way, you just fuck it up. You say the wrong thing in those moments. You did the wrong thing. You made a wrong decision, right? Where all this comes from is all self-sabotage behaviors. So why do we self-sabotage ourselves? Actually, we don't. It's not you sabotage yourself. It's your lower self sabotage yourself. Do you understand? And the more you give your lower self power, and you give your lower self power by doing what? Making excuses, procrastinate, laziness, blame, pointing fingers. When you do that, you are giving it power. It's almost like, think of, you have the little angel on your shoulder, on one shoulder, and the devil on the other shoulder. It's kind of like that. Whenever you're acting like a victim, whenever you let your ego get in the way, oh, I know everything, I know better. So you're feeding your lower self. You're always feeding your lower self. And the problem is, you've given your lower self all these years so much power. How many recognize your lower self is pretty fucking powerful? Pretty powerful. Now, who made that lower self powerful? Who gave your lower self all that power? You did. So your higher self is weak. Just like my mentor taught me. We all have two bank accounts. We have a financial bank account, and we have an emotional bank account. As low as some people's financial bank account, our emotional bank accounts are even lower. And for some, it's in the negative, the emotional bank account. Overdraft. Why? Low self-esteem. Low self-esteem. So we've been doing this only for 3-4 weeks. So knowing things are gonna happen, shit is gonna happen. And every fiber in your body, your lower self, it would feel like you, but is that you? Are you your lower self? No, but it would sound like, it would feel like your lower self is you. It would feel like you, but it's not you. But you think it's you. So write this down. You are not your thoughts. Say with me. I am not my thoughts. I am not my thoughts. Just because you think of it, that you might, well, think of it, of course it's me. No, it's not true. It's not true. Think of like a computer. Okay? Let's say you're using Windows. Have you ever gotten a virus on your computer? And then the computer starts acting weird, right? acting strangely. Things pop up for no reasons. Things stops working, right? Now, it's not Windows that's doing that. It's a virus that's doing that. So think of that if you are a computer and those viruses, right? Those malware programs, that's your lower self. Think of it from that perspective. It's running the thing behind the scenes. You feel like, well, how come it's running this way? It's kind of doing all these things, but it's not you. The problem is you have been programmed in a certain way by your parents since childhood, since you were a baby, thinking a certain way. How many of you are very much like the way you think? How many of you are very much like your parents? You pick up habits from your parents. You talk like your parents, right? How many of you sometimes, when we grow up, we become like our parents, or sometimes we go to the extreme? How many of you are the exact opposite of your parents? There are a certain way you're the exactly opposite. Well, guess what? They're still affecting you. It's just another form of programming. It's the same. Realize for most people, we're not programmed for success. We're not programmed for prosperity. In fact, most of us, we are programmed for poverty. You are not programmed for prosperity. From a very young age, all the beliefs, all the habits, all the input that you've been getting from people around you, from the media, they're not programming you for prosperity. They're programming you for poverty. How do we know? How do we know? Just look at them. Just look at them. Do they have abundance? Do they have prosperity? Are they happy? Do they live a life of adventure, or do they live a life of maintenance? It's very interesting. Sometimes I hear the things. It's just think about it. I hear this a lot. Sometimes any one of my students, when they've gone through any training programs that we have, and the people around them or people around you, very, very, very often they will say, "Oh, you've changed. Oh, this, you're going through you're learning from Dan Law. You're not the same person. You've trained. You've changed so much, right? You're not the same guy, same girl, right? All you talk about is skill and improvement and all these things. Oh, you've been brainwashed, man." Right? Guess what? We've all been every single one of us, including myself, we've all been brainwashed. Because we are like a computer. We all behave a certain way because of a certain piece of programming that's running in our head. We've all been brainwashed. It just, are you being brainwashed for poverty, or are you being brainwashed for success? Same thing. When I was struggling, when Sifu was struggling, I was brainwashing myself to say, you know what? I'm not a failure. I'm capable of more. I could do more. I could be successful. When there's no evidence around me saying that, hey, you know what? You could do it. I couldn't find the evidence. Because all I had up to that point was failure after failure after failure. So I need to reprogram myself and brainwash myself and say, you know what? My past does not equal my present. And my past definitely does not equal my future. I could change. I could be better. I'm better than this. And every single time I go to the next level, I need to first brainwash myself and say, hey, now I'm no longer just a copywriter. I'm an entrepreneur. If I'm an entrepreneur, I'm not just an entrepreneur, I'm the CEO of a global company. So the question is it because, remember, be, do, have. Is it because I do what I do first, or that I first need to be and brainwash myself to see this is who I could be, so that I would do what is necessary? So when we're talking about being that person that you want to be, isn't that a brainwashing process? So it's positive or negative is up to us. It's not so bad. It is not so bad. We need to reprogram. And it's not just like computers. We need upgrades, right? We have version 1, 1.1, 1.2, 2.0, 3.0. When you get to a certain point, let's say from zero, now you're making, let's say, how would you like to make, let's say, $50,000 a year as a high-income copywriter? Put in the chat. 50K. Yeah. So once you hit that 50K, guess what? You're getting comfortable. That becomes your new comfort zone. You need to brainwash yourself. You intentionally brainwash yourself to say, now I'm going to hit that 6-figure. Right? When you hit that 6-figure, 100K, then you got to brainwash yourself again to say, you know what? I'm going to hit 150, 200. That's what I'm talking about. So when people say to you, oh, you know, you're this, you're that, I mean, it's the same way. You look at how they live. Most people live life of quiet desperation. Isn't it true? You look at how they live day to day. Just live how they're like zombies. Hang out, watch a sports game, take a couple of vacations a year, take multiple jobs. That sounds pretty brainwashed to me in a negative way. So why not take charge and do your own brainwashing? Why do I need you to immerse into my content? Because I need you to brainwash yourself all this shit, all the negative programming that you've had in the past. For some, it's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years. You'll be behaving a certain way. And those thinking, those thoughts, you're not your thoughts, but those thoughts got you to where you are today. You're where you are because of your thoughts. You're a product of your environment. So don't blame the computer, upgrade the operating system. You gotta upgrade that operating system. No good looking. I don't like the computer. I don't like how come it's so slow. How come it's lagging, right? How come it doesn't play certain type of software? It doesn't run. Upgrade your operating system. No point pointing a computer and bitch about it. Just upgrade that. And everything change. Everything runs smoother, faster. High def. High performance. Is this making sense? It's going to be like this. So, Sifu warns you, for some, this kind of shit happens. And the closer you are to your breakthrough, the louder your lower self. Say that one more time. The closer you are to your breakthrough, the louder your lower self will be. And do not ever think you're going to totally eliminate your lower self. It's always going to be there. Why is it always going to be there? Because it's part of our survival mechanism. We need that little bit of lower self so we know, okay, this is highway. I shouldn't walk out of there because it's danger. It keeps us alive. It warns us. It's part of Us. The difference is we've been feeding the lower self and giving way too much power to our lower self and zero power to our higher self. Versus now we are more conscious about it and we say, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to have my lower self for very particular incidents. Maybe that 1%, 2%, 3%, 5% of my life that I need the survival mechanism, the instinct. That's fine, right? But I'm going to give all the power, 95%, to my higher self. You getting this? So knowing, the closer to a breakthrough, the louder your lower self. And let's even know if this is true. Post in the Facebook group after a few weeks. And it will be the loudest. It will be the loudest by the time you finish the program. That's my prediction. By the minute you graduate, that shit is loud. Because okay, now I can get back to normal. I can get back to living the old life that I had before. No more assignments, no more 4-hour class, no more writing, hurts my wrist anyway. Can you see why having a mentor is important? What does a mentor do? A mentor kicks your ass, but more than that, what does a mentor do? Holds you accountable, guides you, yes. A good mentor brings clarity and awareness to your life. One of the quotes I love from Bruce Lee, he said, I've got nothing to teach you. I got nothing to teach you. I can only help you find it within yourself. I believe in that. All I'm doing is giving you tools. I'm not writing the letter for you. You are doing the work. You're writing the letter, having a conversation to your younger self, to your future self. I can't do that for you. I could only help you to find it within yourself and guide you. An occasional, yes, kick you in the ass, but the kick you in the ass simply is just bring awareness and say, hey, mentee, have you thought about this? Have you looked at this? You ever thought about it this way? And you're like, oh no, actually, Sifu never thought about it this way. I said, what about this? Have you looked at it this way? I'm teaching you how to think. So you could have these tools. You could use it, and you need to keep using it. You need to keep using it. This is exactly why you've experienced. How many have experienced just the last 3 weeks? The growth that you've had. Three weeks. Look at how much you've grown in 3 weeks. Isn't that incredible? 3 weeks. Just think about where your life would be if you had mentorship for the last 3, 4, 5, 10, 20 years. Where would you be today? How many fewer mistakes you would make? How much further you would have been in life? But no one taught us. Oh, no one taught you. And say, hey, you know what? You need a mentor. Because the school system punishes us for working together. You know why we're a lone wolf? Because we've been programmed since kindergarten to be a lone wolf. right? You attend the class, you sit in your own little seat, and you do your own thing and do your homework, right? Do you take the exams with your classmates together and say, hey, let's work together and figure out the answers? No. In school, it's called cheating, right? You can't not forget like discussing. You can't even look. No, you can look. You're cheating. Well, if he knows or she knows the answers better than I do, why don't I just ask and look at their results? No, the school punishes you for that. It punishes for that. Right? Now I got to go to the principal's office. Well, why did you cheat? Right? They punish you for that. So that's why we operate like a lone wolf. You take your class, you do your thing, you do your assignment on your own. You figure out the answers on your own. You take the exam on your own. No one could help you during exam time. So for all these years of education, we learn to operate like a lone wolf. Imagine in another way. A school system. Let's say Landlocked University, hypothetically. Can we just imagine for a second? A DLU, okay? You come into school, first year, before we teach you anything, we say, let's figure out what are your personality? What are you good at? What are your natural strengths? What are your gifts? Let's figure that out first. Let's create a program. Let's custom tailor the education towards your natural gifts and genius. Let's start with that. And then for the first few years, we don't teach you anything except life skills. Let's teach you self-awareness. Let's teach you goal settings. Let's teach you some habits, how to be productive, how to be focused. And from there, we're going to give you projects. It's not going to be just memorizing stuff because who cares? You have Google. You don't need to memorize stuff. It's one click. How about we give you problems to solve that requires creativity, that requires collaboration, that you must, it's not you want to, you must work with others to accomplish any task. You must collaborate. You must work as a team. If you want to pass and get to the next level, you want to get good grades. You want to pass exam, you cannot do it alone. You must work with other people. And giving you the gift of communication, both in print and in person, one-on-one, verbal and written. And only then we figure all of that out. Now you can communicate, you can work as a team. Now we give you the technical skills. Now you choose the area that you want to get into, the subject that you want to study, the area you want to excel in. And then we bring in the best teachers, what it is. You want to be an engineer, you want to be a doctor, doesn't matter what it is. You want to be an architect. Well, let's bring the best in the world who are doing it, not from textbook, not some textbook professor reading from a fucking book, someone who's done it, who's built a very successful career. Bring them in and train you. Wouldn't that be a better idea for the school system? Just think of how many of your kids, imagine your kids learn in that kind of environment. Wouldn't they be more successful in life? I know they would definitely be happy in life. But that's not how the world works. And I know we're not, and I know I'm a realist. So Sifu is realistic enough that I know I'm not going to change the school system from within. But what I could do is to change the system outside of the traditional education. I could teach skills that are not taught in school. I could teach life skills. I could teach all the things I want to teach without being restricted, without going through the whole typical school system BS. And it's you know, it's unconventional, of course. And I get heat for that, of course. And some people like it, some people don't like it. Right? And I get that. So going through school, studying a bunch of subjects that you don't care, that just shovel down your throat, programming you for poverty or mediocrity at least, and getting $100,000 in debt, that's the path. That's normal. That's what you should do. Investing $2,500 to learn a high income skill, oh, that's a scam. It must be a scam. You can't learn that much for $2,500. You can't learn that much for 7 weeks. You won't go that far. And I'm perfectly fine with that. Because I'm not doing it for the school system. I'm doing it for people. I'm doing it for you. So I don't give a shit about the school system. I'm not going to try to change it. I will never change it. I simply open doors for people who want, like, it's just like different school. You want to take whatever that school, go to that school. For people who want to come to my school, then come to my school. Who says school you have to be in a classroom setting, that you have to be in a theater and you have to have a professor? No. Who says school cannot be taught this way? Who says you cannot have a comment going on during class time? Who says you cannot use profanity when you're teaching? Says who? Says who? Right? We have to give people the education that they want and they deserve. So I'm not limited by that. The school principal looks at what we do, looks at what I do, and he goes, oh, there's no, you don't talk about that. You don't look at that. You shouldn't do it this way, and you shouldn't do it that way. I simply look at results. Look at the people who go to your school, how they turn out, except in debt. Look at my students who go to my school, DLU, and how they turn out. I rest my case. I rest my case. And let's just see in 5 years, 10 years, who would have made a bigger impact in the world? Mr. Principal. It's very simple. That's a high C. It's very, very simple. So in 10, 20, 30 years, maybe when I passed away, let's see who will be known as a true educator. Who's made a positive difference in people's lives. And I would go against any school. Whatever school system, Harvard, Stanford, doesn't matter. Just a name, just a brand. And now you know in copywriting, it's a brand. That's all it is. That's all it is. Simply a brand. By the way, you know how Harvard came about? Where that comes from? Guess where that comes from? Let's talk about copywriting. It's a bunch of people, capitalists, by the way, business people, get together and say, hey, you know what? We're going to get together. We're going to create a business here. And we're going to create a business. Then we're going to charge a premium price with no guarantee of success, with no guarantee of jobs. But let's make it very prestige. So very hard to get into, exclusivity, right? Let's make it very hard to get into. And let's charge a premium price. And let's get some, like, you know, successful people's kids. Let's get them involved because it would feel like more prestige, more high end. And let's come up with a name. Let's call it Harvard. right? And they've got a little business. It's a business. Do you understand? It's a fucking business. That's all that is. It is all that is. When you understand that, it's like, okay, so people have the options, how they want to choose. It's just a business. That's all. The whole entire fucking school system is a business. It's a multi-billion dollar business. Look at what's going on in the US, the school system. Oh yeah, you look at the news. How many watch the news? Remember? People talk about the cost of education, how it's been skyrocketing, right? It's so expensive and so outrageous. Now, like most students, they can't afford it. And then when they can't afford it, they say to you, hey, just get a loan and pay us back. So no, I can't afford it. So now I got to get a loan to pay back the education. That is supposed to help me to become more successful. Yet it doesn't, because by the time I finish my fucking degree, those jobs aren't available anymore. Right? Or you get an MBA. So students graduate, get a degree. Steven's very passionate about this. Can I talk about this? Because this is important, right? I know I'm going off tangent a bit, but actually I'm not. I'm sharing something very important with you. So think of the school system. They are saying, well, you can't afford it, so get a loan. And whatever industries you think you're preparing for, sometimes those industries may not be around by the time you graduate. So by the time you spend all that money, 4 years of your life getting a piece of paper, now you go out there and they tell you, well, you know what, those jobs are not available. Or many students that I talk to, they go for an interview and they say, you're not qualified. No, you're not qualified because you just a university grad. And there are a ton of them applying for this job. You're not that special, right? So you're not qualified. You don't have enough experience. So they promise you that piece of paper supposed to be the golden ticket, the fast track to success. And you now have that piece of paper, and now sitting across an employer, they say you're not qualified. You need more education. And you're like, okay, go back to school, get a second degree. How many have done that? Get a second degree. Mom and dad told you, you know what? You're not getting a job. Get a second degree, right? And you did. You get a master, right? A third or fourth degree. So the first one didn't work. Let's get a second one, right? The degree doesn't work. Get a master, get a PhD. Now you go and study another multiple years in the school. Depends on how much you study. Now you go out there in the real world, sitting across the same fucking employer. And you say, now I've got 2 degrees. I've got an MBA, I've got a PhD. Ooh, okay, we've got a problem here. You're overqualified. Overqualified means they don't want to pay you for what you want to charge. They don't pay you the salary. That's why you overqualify. So so you tell me, how do you win? So you don't have enough education, academic, right? Formal education. You can't get ahead. You have education. They say you don't have enough experience. Now you have even more education. They say you're overqualified. How do you win? In the meantime, you are 50, 60, 80, 100, $200,000 in debt. And how long is it going to take you to pay that off before you even earn a penny back, like profit? You know what I'm talking about? Like pay back all your student loan so you will start actually earning money. By that time, guess what? How old are you, right? Like the system is so rigged. But yet, that's what all your friends tell you to do. That's what your parents tell you to do. They say, do this. Right? Going through a 7-week program, they could start earning right away. No. That's a scam. Don't do that. It's not legit, right? Don't believe in that. Go to school, get into debt for $100K. That's good. God damn it. Crazy. Isn't it crazy? Right? It's a crazy world. It's just a crazy world. Like that, just how does that make sense? Like with half a brain, you think about it. How does it even make sense? But they're selling it. Harvard's got some good copywriter selling it. The school system's got some good copywriter selling it. It's not how life works. If you are even remotely self-aware, you have some understanding, you just take a step back and you look at what people talk about. If you apply a little bit of critical thinking, you would know, no, you know what, that shit doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. How could someone sell something like this? Like, how could someone sell something like this? Even as a complete lie. And everybody believes in it. Now, however, I do think from what I'm seeing right now, that's something that I'm happy to see. Things are changing. Things are changing because people are more aware. And this is why you see in the news talking about university, talk about someone finally realized, hey, you know what? Our wages haven't increased for all these years and decades, yet the tuition from university has gone up and up and up and up. Something is wrong here. Finally, someone is saying, hey, there's something wrong with this picture. But still, so many people are still programmed to think a certain way because unfortunately, as you know now, human beings, we are creatures of habits. We've been doing a certain way. We've been taught to think a certain way, and we think that way. And your mom and dad probably got that from your grandparents, right? They don't question it. So now they're giving you the formula for success, but they don't question it, even though it didn't work for them. It didn't work for them. But they still share that with you as if that's the only way to do it. That's the truth. Is this sinking in? Is this valuable to know? So don't be surprised. Don't expect the world around you. They won't understand. Don't expect them to understand. Mind your own business. Do your own thing. Right? But work together. Work as a team. Don't work as a lone wolf. Don't work as alone. That model is broken. Remember what Sifu was talking about, how copywriters work together on different projects. You have your own specialized skill. Remember that, right? Yeah, work together. Don't think that's the biggest mistake that I see copywriters make. And that's something that I'm changing in the industry because most copywriters, almost all copywriters, work as a lone wolf. Writing itself, its nature, it's kind of working on your own type skill. Like that is lonely enough when you're writing. So with everything else, let's work as a team, as a family, right? It's a team effort. And you will make more money. You'll make money faster working as a team. It's not like people talk about 1 + 1 = 2. It's not like that. It's like 1 + 1 = 11. It's not 1 + 1 = 2. You will be able to go so much further and have way more fun in the process, right? Think about just take what we have. Let's take HIC, okay? Just imagine we take out the community. There's no Facebook community. We take out the Discord. We take out the comment. You're just going through this, watching all the same class, same video, all on your own. How do you think you would feel? Same seafood, same content, same video, just watch it on your own. Would you improve as much? Would you have as much fun? It's the same class. You see what I'm talking about? You see how the community is it's an integral part of what we do. And by the time you graduate and we actually work on different projects together, you will see that even more. Because now you're doing assignment on your own, and that's cool. But we're actually working together on a lot of different projects. Like we are growing, learning, and making money together. It's so much more fun. Like making money alone, once you're good at it, it's actually pretty simple. But making money together, that's way more fun. Because you celebrate together. What good is it if you just get a boom and you celebrate success, but you have no one to celebrate with? What good is that? That's pretty sad. Like, oh yeah, I did this deal, I wrote this campaign, I made this money. Like, if you cannot share that with anybody, right? You cannot celebrate that with anybody. Life is not so good. But when you celebrate it, now you have like you have so much more that you want to do. It motivates you. Now you want to do more, you want to share more, you want to give more. And you will see by the time you graduate, you would be the more experienced copywriters. And you see the new season coming in. And you will get the biggest satisfaction, the biggest joy when you're helping them to walk the path you're walking on right now. They would be asking you, so how do you do that? What is market sophistication again? And you would chuckle. And you're like, well, let me explain to you, right? How do you write the headline again? Well, let me share with you the different ways you can write headline. It's so much fun. And you will love it so much because I truly believe human beings, we have the need to grow and we have the need to contribute. When you can teach, when you can help, when you can empower, when you can inspire somebody, especially someone that are walking the path you've walked on. It's like the saying that when you go up the elevator, send the elevator back. When you can send the elevator back to the next person, it feels so good. It feels better than making money. I promise you. Because that's how we are wired. We want to feel we're making a contribution. We want to feel like what we've done that can benefit somebody. And and it becomes addictive. A good addiction. We have bad addiction and then we have good addiction. Bad addiction, alcohol, drugs. Good addiction, helping other people, self-growth, learning. That's good addiction. Isn't that the best? Like what more? We want? At the end of the day, yes, we want more money. You want the success. You want the house, the car, pay off the debt, vacation. Once you get all of that, what's next? And you realize it's all about others. It's all about others. It's about sending back down the elevator. And as you teach, as you help others, guess who grows the most? You. And you grow more. Why do you want to grow more? Because you could give more. You can be more. You be more, so you could give more. And that's how I got to where I'm today. I'm very grateful. Very fortunate to can do what I do. Love what I do. Have both success and significance. I'm very, very grateful. Life doesn't get much better than this. It doesn't get much better than this. Living life on my own terms, doing what I want to do, teaching what I want to teach, taking all my tragedy, all the heartaches, hardship I have in the past, and actually turn it into something valuable for you, for other people. And it forces me to grow. Part of why I like to teach, because it makes me grow. I will not be the same Sifu a year from now compared to today, because I'm growing exponentially too. Right? I don't stay in the same spot. Like I said, I'm a baby. I'm growing. I'm getting started. I'm not living up to my potential. Not even close. Where I see myself, the version I see myself, right? Tiny percentage. Tiny percentage. So I'm growing, and I love to just grow with you. We grow together because it's more fun. Not that much fun by yourself on a private jet. I want to take as many people with me as possible, right? Because it doesn't cost more. It doesn't cost more to bring more people along. It costs us the same amount of time. So why not? If I have the ability, why not? So last week, we reviewed, right, how to read your prospect's mind. We talk about marketing strategies, how to be a strategist. The 4 things that you need to be, who you need to be: psychologist, strategist, researcher, and the wordsmith. Now, you've already been doing a little bit of research. Now, after the research, what's next? So market comes first, strategy comes second, offer comes third, copy comes last. So how do we take everything you've learned about the market, about the marketplace, about your prospects, their pain points, frustrations, goals? How do we put all of that together? So tonight, by the time we finish, you know exactly how to create a irresistible offer that sells. We're also going to talk about the power of perception. The power of what? Perception. And how to sell more at a higher price while getting your customers even better results. At the end of the day, it is all about getting your customers better results. It is the only way to sell more at a higher price, because people buy because of value, not because of price. Write it down. So remember when Siva talks about how those who are afraid to buy are always afraid to sell. If you have any negative association towards selling, salespeople, closing, any negative association at all, selling something or being sold, you're not going to be a very effective copywriter. If you have any negative association towards a higher price, what does that tell me about you? Poor mindset, cheap, yes. Scarcity mindset, yes. Self-esteem, yes. And where those thoughts came from. And are you your thoughts? No. And if you are not your thoughts, if you're aware you're not your thoughts, could you change the perception? Could you change the way you think about things? Could you change the way you see things? So don't feel, and I see this with copywriter, they project their own values. Same thing with closers. They project their own values onto the prospects. Meaning, well, I'm not going to spend that much money on that. So I'm not going to write copy to sell that. Or I can't afford that. What if you have to write copy to sell, like say, an expensive exercise equipment that is, let's say, $4,000, $10,000. And you say to yourself, I'm not going to spend $10,000 on a piece of exercise equipment. Well, you're not your customer. You're projecting your own values onto them. And that's not right. And if you have any negative association towards, or $10,000, that's such a ripoff. That is ripping people off. When you know maybe the machine only costs, I don't know, $1,000 to make. Well, how dare them hire me to write copy to sell something for $10,000 when I know it only cost them $1,000 to make. Does it matter? No. So be very self-aware, because all these feelings, emotions, when you grab that pen, when you write those words, guess what? You're going to project that on a piece of paper. You're going to project that in your copy. I guarantee you. I could read your copy and I would know you have a problem. You have a problem with the price because there's no conviction in your copy. I could see you holding back. I could see you trying to justify, overcompensate, because you don't believe in what you sell. You don't believe this product, this offer is worth 10K, and it shows. It shows. So you have to be aware. How could you sell something if you don't believe the value? How could you sell something if deep down you believe it's overpriced? You're the copywriter. You're the one that's selling it. And I'm telling you, even a little bit of that would destroy the copy. Even tiny little bit of that. It shows. You might think you can hide behind the words. Could you? No. Your campaign won't convert. And you wonder, hey, I'm using all the techniques. I'm saying all the right words. I'm using the headline. No, but fundamentally, you don't believe it. You don't believe it. You don't believe the value. You don't believe the offer. And you don't believe how much this offer would help people or solve their problems. It is the same thing. It is exactly the same thing. So Sifu is a very good copywriter, a master copywriter closer, because I start with conviction. I believe in what I sell. I talk about what I sell all the time. Videos, social media. I never stop. Why would I stop if I believe in what I do? No such thing as overexposure. You have to start with that. When you believe in something, you're morally obligated to sell it. If I know you need to drink 8 glasses of water a day to be healthy, it's my job. If I'm selling a bottle of water, why would I just sell you 1 bottle? I know you're going to drink that bottle, and then 1 hour later, you're going to get thirsty. So why would I sell you 1 bottle of water? Why wouldn't I do my very best to sell you, not sell a case. I should put you on a monthly subscription to send bottle to your home every damn day, every damn week, so you get the water that you need. Because I know you're not going to drink it. You're not going to remember. You see the difference in thinking? I'm not thinking about, oh, but the all the bottles would take up so much space and all that stuff. Now, this is not a environmental plastic discussion. I'm talking about just a product. Get the idea, right? Not talking about that. That's a whole different conversation. I'm simply talking about a product that I know you need to take the product, you need to use the product, you need to consume the product. Then why do I not do my very best to sell you more than what you need? Versus, oh, I just need a bottle. No. All you need is a monthly subscription that gets you the 8 bottles every day. You don't even know you need it. I hear this all the time. Oh, seafood, but I don't want to sell something that people don't need. Wrong. Most people don't know what they need. They have no fucking clue what they need. They don't know. Guess what do we need as humans? Well, we need a little roof over our head. We need some water. We need some food. We're good. When Steve Jobs created the iPhone, he is not selling people what they need. People don't even know they need an iPhone. Before iPhone, they just need a phone. No one was thinking, oh, I need an iPhone. Steve Jobs is not thinking about that. People don't know what the fuck they need. Most people don't make very good decisions. If most people make very good decisions, there will be no, cigarette companies, vaping companies, marijuana companies, alcohol companies. All of them will be out of business. If you talk about people make good decisions. We don't need any of those things. You don't need cigarettes. You don't need alcohol. You don't need any of those things. It's not good for you. Not good for your health. It's not good for the people around you when you get drunk and shit. What good does it do? What good does it do? So given opportunities, given choices, most people make very lousy choices. Isn't it true? People they think they make very good choices. They don't. They don't. So don't think about, oh, I'm not going to sell them what they need. No, I'm going to sell them, I'm not going to sell them something they don't need. No. They don't know what is good for them. Before IC, you don't even know you need copywriting. You don't know you need high income skill. Life was going just okay. Land of sameness. You don't know you need it. You don't even know what it is. Forget needing. You don't even know what it is. But now you know the power. Why? Because a copywriter or a team of copywriters educate you, inform you, sell you on, hey, have you thought about developing a high income skill? Have you thought about developing the skill of copywriting? Huh, what is that? Tell me more. Interesting. How does that work? That's fascinating. Maybe I'll learn this. Oh, I'm enjoying this. I'd like to learn this. This is great. This is cool. Wow, this is life-changing. And before you know it, you've got a career as a copywriter. What the fuck? Think about it. From not knowing, from not needing, to now having a career. Do you see the power of your pen? It changes people's lives. It changes people's lives. So sell them something they don't need. Let me share one more belief with you because this is critical. We're talking about belief. And this is even for my students who are in high ticket closing. I've never shared this before, so pay attention to this. This is very different. So I would approach any scenario, any situation with the belief that I'm going to sell them something that they don't even know that they need. And by the time I'm done, they're going to say, thank you. That's my belief. Anything I sell. Anything I sell. And the other way I look at this is this. And this is very counterintuitive. Better my prospects spend their money with me than anybody else. Better they spend money with me than buying that pack of cigarettes, by buying that beer, by joining Netflix. That's how I see it. Because I know what I'm going to do. I know the value I'm going to provide. That's how I approach sales. They're much better off spending the money with me. And isn't that interesting? On the surface, it feels like, oh, that's greedy, or no, it's the most generous thing you could do. It's the most giving thing you can do. So when I see, how many of you have to kind of stretch a bit to be here? You have to borrow some money, or maybe you have to save up to be here. Better spend the money with me than anybody else. Better to invest in my program than anybody else, because I know everybody else's program is shit. So you see what I'm talking about? Now, how does this apply to you when you're writing copy? Tell me. Conviction? Yes. But with this mentality, wouldn't it force you to over-deliver? Because I know when I say, okay, your money is better to spend better with me, because I know I have to over-deliver. I always over-deliver. With that kind of conviction, when you approach copywriting, with that kind of conviction, everything changes. Everything changes. And that ties in with what we're going to talk about tonight, right? Irresistible offer. You also have an insider look at the counterintuitive psychology and selling secrets that it takes to get floods of customers, discover how to tell if the client has a good offer. So when you're working with clients, one of the questions you might ask Sifu is, well, Sifu, how do we know if an existing client, do they have a good offer or not? Well, you'll be able to tell. So you know how to separate the loser clients from the winner clients. By the end of tonight, you know how to do that. Who you write for is as important, I would actually say more important than what you write. Because that determines how much you get paid. You can write the same copy. If you write for someone who understands business, someone, let's say a company who's scaling, who utilize your copy in a proper way, you get paid more. You get paid more. Now, doesn't mean we don't want to write the best copy as possible. We do. But who you write for, who you're getting paid from, in other words, That's a big part of the game. That's a big part of the equation. Does that make sense? If Steve has a recommendation, pick the client, select the client very carefully. Now, in the beginning, you're just getting experience, right? You're writing for everybody. You get a feel and see what you want to focus on, what industry you need to focus on. No problem. Do all that, right? Do all that. It's like in sports, right? Basketball, you play a bit of soccer, right? You play a bit of football, play a bit of ping pong. You try to see what sports you like. That's okay. That's perfectly fine. But once you kind of get a feel, and you know what? I'm taller. I can jump a little bit higher. I have good hand-eye coordination. I like basketball. That's my thing. Good. Then focus on that. That's perfectly fine. But who you write for, let this sink in, okay? This is very critical, because copywriters always like to focus on the what you write. We geek up on it. Oh, how can I write a better headline? Yeah, we're going to do all that. But who are you writing the headline for? It makes a difference. It makes a huge difference to your income. Do you follow me so far? Okay. Make sure you get this. And it doesn't matter how great your copy is, because copy comes last if the offer sucks. If the offer sucks. You got your market. Great. Now we have to have the compelling offer. We have to have the compelling offer. Once you've done your research, you should spend a majority of your time on this. Before you write a single word. Then at the end of the day, your copy is simply a message, a way for you to communicate what that fucking offer is. If you think about it. That's all that is. If you don't have a compelling offer, what does it matter how you want to hype it up? Not going to sell. But you've got a compelling offer. Now you just need to explain what it is, how it benefits them, why they need to act right now, right? What's the guarantee and so forth. Got it? So, let me ask you a question. What do you think is the difference between a product and an offer? Ooh, this is a good question. This is a good question. Now, there's no right or wrong. We're all learning here. So what do you think is the difference between a product and an offer? Put in the chat. Perception, product's the thing, the offer is the thing that sells the thing. Not quite. Offer is irresistible. I love the answers. None of this is right. It's good. There's a lot you need to learn. Offers equal value. All right. Products equal service. Okay. So, lesson number 1. Can you sense confusion? When we're confused, when we're overwhelmed, what do? We celebrate. Good. And by the way, not just you. You sit down with 10 different copywriters, you ask them what is an offer, they will all give you different answers. They will say it's this, they will say it's that. Some they cannot answer you. So as a copywriter, as a high-income copywriter, HIC, we need to start with clarity, right? How can we craft an irresistible offer when we cannot even articulate what the fucking offer is? We don't even know the difference. Yes? Okay. Product equals something that you sell. Write this down. Product equals something that you sell. So I have this cup next to me, right? Got my green tea in it. This cup. Hear this? This is a product. It's something that you sell. Okay? So it's a thing. It's a service. It's a commodity, like a shampoo at a convenience store. Right? You shop around and you look for the cheapest price. We buy products all the time, don't we? Our day-to-day life. What was the last product that you bought recently? Noodles, cheese, ramen, yes, books, right? Juicer, nice. Coffee, soap, bread, nice. Yeah, so we buy products all the time, don't we? Our offer is different. And when I explain this to you, you get a little sensation here. Okay. Offer equals product plus value. Ooh. Offer equals product plus value. Everybody says, So product is still in there, but plus value. And what exactly is value? Value is anything that makes the purchase or justification of the purchase easier. Now, this is very profound. I'll say that one more time. Value is anything that makes the purchase or justification of the purchase easier. Easier. Ed, you want to chime in a bit?
Yes, Sifu, I was just about to. So how can we make the purchase or justification of the purchase easier? What are some ways that we could do that? Put it in the chat. Give more stuff, extras, guarantee, contrast pricing, bonuses, over-deliver, easy payments, facts, bonuses, and features and benefits, free stuff, raise the stakes, extra benefits, how it works. Excellent. These are all fantastic ways of increasing the value of something. So as we'll cover later on, this is a little bit of a foreshadowing. There are different ways that you can add value. You can either add or you can subtract. So you can add value or you can take away things that make it even more valuable. For example, you can subtract, meaning you subtract the cost, or you put in bonuses, which we'll talk about soon, or extras that go with the product that makes it easier to implement and understand. So for example, let's say we have the high income copywriter program. Well, that's a 7-week program. And as you guys know, each class is 6 hours roughly. So what if I put it into the 7 steps to get your next client? That's subtracting down to simplify it and make it easier to understand and use. Does that make sense? So value is really just anything that you can use to make your offer more irresistible, which we'll get to in a second, and make it more of a no-brainer, but it goes deeper.
Mm-hmm. And we'll go into examples of that. So for now, what we want to do as a high-income copywriter, we don't just want to sell products. We always want to make offers. This is the basics of what we do. We don't sell products, we make offers. Have you ever said this before? Oh, this is a great deal. I have to get it. I got to buy this. It's such a great deal. Or, oh, I'll take that. Got nothing to lose. Have you ever said that before when you're buying something? When you see something like this, chances are you ran into an offer. That's not a product. That's an offer. You purchased, you invested in it, you bought it because the perceived value far outweighed the price. The perceived value far outweighed the price. However, go ahead.
One thing on the last slide I want people to notice is it's not just the actual value, it's the perceived value. We talked about at the beginning of class that we're going to show you how to use the power of perception to build value. Like we talked about in last class, a starving market, do you think that, okay, imagine you are in a desert, right? How much, and you haven't had a drink of water in like 6 hours, the sun's hot on you, you're all hot and sweaty, and you're going to pass out. But someone comes to you with water. How valuable do you think that water is to you? Quite valuable. Now imagine you're just at home, you woke up, you know, like you wake up and you get like a dry mouth and you just want to get some water in. You go to your kitchen sink and you take you turn on your tap, you get some water. How much is water worth to you there? How valuable is it to you? Not much. It's the same water, but the perceived value is so much different. Does that make sense?
And very often people think, and this is for a lot of copywriters too, they think by adding more things, it makes it more valuable. Now, adding things, addition, that's one way to do it. It's not the only way. It's the only way. I'm going to teach you multiple ways to do this tonight, but that's just one way. Sometimes you could overdo it. Example, right? Sometimes if you put too many bonuses, so enough bonuses, that's very compelling, that's irresistible. Too many bonuses, people would think, why are you giving all this away for free? I remember back then, it was like so many years ago in internet marketing, very common. You have these people who are selling these resale rights, and basically resale rights of these like digital ebooks and stuff like that. You get 500 ebooks to resell these ebooks on a CD-ROM for $50. There's no value, zero value, right? Zero value. So that's doing it the wrong way. And what do you think is the difference between offer and an irresistible offer? Oh, now we're taking from product to offer. And what is the difference between an offer and an irresistible offer? So we talked about this, right? Product, just something that you sell. Offer is what? What's the formula for offer? Product plus value. So what is an irresistible offer? No brainer, yes. Yes. Level of value, yes. Urgency, I see that, good. Here we go. Irresistible offer equals product plus high focused value. Irresistible offer equals product plus high focused value. So think about the resale rights example, right? You get 500 resale rights ebooks and all that stuff for $50. Does that sound focused to you? No. Does that create perceived high value to you? No. That's why it backfires. So irresistible offer. Yes, another example.
Thank you. Awesome. So imagine you go to a garage sale and you go up and you see a couple cool books in there. You're like, hey, there's some Bill Gates stuff in here. There's some Warren Buffett stuff. You know what? Maybe I'll pick a book or two. And then the person says, hey, you know what? Because you just bought these books, we're going to give you now have the option to buy a garden hose and my old spoon set and this
that
water bottle.
That never washed.
Yeah, that never washed. and this old beaten up wallet for just $5. Is that an offer? Put in the chat. Is that an offer? Oh, it is an offer. because it is value. So it technically is an offer, but it's not an irresistible offer.
That's
Because
right.
it is valuable, you're getting a lot of stuff for at a very cheap price. They may be malfunctioning, they may be dysfunctional, they may be gross and have spit inside of them because they haven't been washed, but it's a good value. So it is an offer. However, an irresistible offer, as we will see in the next few slides, is focused. So what does that mean by focused? Imagine if it's okay to be a little bit confused. It's okay to be a little bit confused. When we're confused, what do? We celebrate. Exactly. So, Sifu, can we go on to the next slide? Thank you. An irresistible offer is an offer that has all the pieces moving towards a focused, singular focused goal or outcome. The reason why the offer we had in the garage sale example was so odd because it's an offer, but there's no singular focused goal or outcome. If the lady wanted to make it an irresistible offer, maybe she would have offered her reading glasses to you, or maybe she would have offered, if you have a good, you know, those like really, really, really big books that are like have super tiny font. Well, what if she gave you a magnifying glass to go with it? All the things should be focused towards helping you achieve that one goal. So yeah, Matthew, exactly. So the value you add must relate to it. So for example, let's sell a $49 weight muscle building supplement for men. Imagine this, okay? We have our own shop, all right? We got our supplement bottle right here, and that's cool. You know, it's a product. So on the next slide, how can we turn this product into an offer? Put it in the chat. How do we make an offer? Yeah, seafood supplements. How do we turn this muscle building product into an offer? Add some weights, add value, add a sweatband, only $29 for today, add a meal plan, slap Seafood's name on it, shaker cup, add a water bottle, HIC pill, testimonials. So yes, we could add those things. So we have the supplement bottle, we could add the blender bottle, and we could even add a coupon so they can get a big discount on going to the gym. Is this value? It is. It's an offer, but the value is not focused on getting the direct result of losing weight. You see what? You see the differentiation? It's very, very subtle. Sure, the shaker bottle is nice to have, and so is the coupon. They both add value, but it doesn't help them get more results faster and easier. The shaker bottle is not directly tied to them getting more results, right? Imagine if the person didn't have the shaker bottle, they wouldn't get any more or less results. Or they go to the gym anyway, they don't need to buy their own personal at-home dumbbell. So they buy to gain muscle. So how can we help them do that? How can we make this an irresistible offer? Put it in the chat. Workout routine? Testimonials? Not quite. That's how you sell it. That's in the copy phase.
Yes, you're confused. It's good.
That's good. Oh,
You're
I see
confused.
one-on-one coaching.
Yeah, we're not talking about the techniques to make, you know, to do the guarantee, all that. We're just talking about offer, product plus value. Very
No risk.
fundamental level that we have. Okay. What is it, the thing that we're selling, in other words? Okay.
Exactly. What is the one outcome that we're selling with the muscle supplement?
That's right. Now, keep in mind, we'll say that one more time. An irresistible offer is an offer that has all the pieces moving towards a singular focused goal or outcome. Now, if you don't understand your prospects, could you make an irresistible offer? If you don't know what they want, you don't know the outcome that they want. Can you see why it's so critical to do your research ahead of time? Because you cannot craft your offer without it. Yeah.
Hey, Sifu, let's do some market research right now. One of the copywriters on the panel right now is our target market with building mass and size with muscle building supplements. Hey, Blake.
I just could smell that coming.
So, Blake, if we could give you one incredible thing, like if you could have one incredible outcome from taking this supplement, what would it be? Like, why would you buy this supplement?
It's pretty much, to me, it's always anything that can help me either put on size faster while staying lean, or getting leaner faster. It's always speed, because one of the hardest things with sticking to any kind of regimen or even like a nutrition plan is after, the first week you're all hyped up, and then you're like, damn, this is just getting so cumbersome to, continue going like this over and over again. There has to be an easier way. So anybody who's done that, it's like, if you say, hey, you know what, well, you can do this while not having to work as hard, or you can get it twice as fast, I'll buy that every damn day of the week.
So, all right, HIC family, let's keep this activity going. So now that we know that Blake wants to put on more muscle faster while staying lean, here's the example. Blake, what if we gave you a seafood supplement muscle building pill that would allow you to put on muscle fast while staying lean? Not only that, we would give you a step-by-step Arnold Schwarzenegger complete workout plan, so you don't even have to think about what your workout's going to be. You already know. So you don't have to come up with your own routine. There's no stress. There's no anxiety about, like, what are you going to do when you go to the gym? You show up and you know exactly what to do. So that's going to help you build muscle faster because you have a step-by-step process. Not only that, you're going to get a one-on-one coaching call as soon as you invest with one of our professional fitness experts who's going to help hold you accountable for the next 6 months to help you get the Arnold Schwarzenegger physique that you've been looking for, so you can build muscle fast and stay lean. And every single week they'll have a call with you to course correct and make sure you stay on track with your fitness goals. Now, HIC family, we know the importance of accountability, right? We know the importance of having someone to hold your hand and show you, like Sifu, the mentor, to show you what's right from wrong and how to stay on track to reach your goals. And wouldn't you say that's adding value? Now imagine we offered all this for $49. How irresistible is that offer? Do you see how all of these, it's only 2 extra things. And it only took a few minutes to put this together. I didn't put together a big, long presentation. I didn't put together a big, long, like a webinar or a sales page or any Facebook ads, because when the offer is so powerful, it's so irresistible, you don't need to have the best copy, which is why, as Sifu said earlier, what you write is not as important as who you write for. Who you write for is more important than what you write. And when the person that you write for has an irresistible offer, don't you think you don't have to have the best copy in the world to start making sales and start making some really solid money as a high-income copywriter? Just find the right client. That's really all it takes. The rest will take care of itself, because most clients, they don't even know what the hell to do. They don't even know how to write copy. They don't know what's good or bad. If you can go in there and you can be a 6 out of 10, that's better than the 2 out of 10 that they were doing before. That's the power of an irresistible offer.
And can you see how we've turned a product, a supplement, and turn it into an offer, and then turn it into an irresistible offer? And maybe now it's not $49, it's $99, right? It's $129. We haven't changed the product itself. What we've done is we've added value. And sometimes when you are working with different clients, sometimes they may already have a very good offer, an irresistible offer. That's great. But are they doing everything they could to articulate the value of the offer? Or if they've got just an average offer before we even write a single word of copy, would it be a good idea to sit down with them and say, hey, you've got a decent offer, but I think without even changing a word of copy, let's work on the offer first. You go in the marketplace again and then sell the same audience, but with a more compelling offer. Would that get more sales? Then we go back and maybe we tweak the copy. You see how this is very critical, right? Combined with what Sifu has taught you, talk to the top salespeople, talk to the customers, find out more about the pain points, find out more about their needs. Combined with a lot of this research that we've done, now we are very well armed with knowledge, right? And market knowledge, what it takes, what do we need to do, right? Right?
Absolutely.
Let me give you an example. So how much more does it cost to make an offer irresistible? Sometimes you need to add more things and cost a little bit more money. Sometimes not much at all or nothing at all. Here's an example I like to use all the time. So let's see if I ask you a question. How much is a Coke? A can of Coca-Cola, how much is that? $1, 99 cents, 50 cents. Okay, so let's see $1. Can we agree? Let's say on average, let's say $1. Okay, $1. And we will pay $1. We go to the convenience store and we'll pay $1 for Coca-Cola. Cool. Now, the same Coca-Cola, if let's say now you've arrived at a 5-star hotel, let's say Ritz-Carlton. It's 2 a.m. at night. You just got from the airport out to the hotel and you open up the fridge, right? The snack bar. Now, how much is that Coca-Cola in there? $5, $8. Let's say $8. Have we changed anything about the product itself? What have we changed? What's the only thing that we've changed? That's right. The location. The buying environment, which is really the perception. Could you get the same Coca-Cola, you walk down the street, maybe you find a convenience store, but it's 2 a.m. at night, you don't know if it's safe outside, you're not so sure, right? You could do that, couldn't you? But you're not going to because you're staying in Ritz-Carlton. You're thirsty, it's 2 a.m. You just got to the hotel, you want to shower, you want to sleep, but just you feel thirsty, you want a Coke. $8. So we're not talking about $1 to $1.50. We are talking about the same thing. We're now selling it at 800% markup. 8 times, not 8%, 8 times the price. Well, is that the most that we could charge? No. Let's take it one step further. Let's say you are a Britney Spears fan. And this Coca-Cola has Britney Spears' signature on it. Real signature, authentic signature.
Who wants it?
Okay, let's say you're a fan. Now, how much is this Coca-Cola now? Assuming you're a fan, put yourself in their shoes. How much is this? $200, $300, $500. Have we changed again the ingredients of the product? We have not. What have we done here? We've added the perceived value of the product. Let's say it's $500. Let's say it's $500 that you're willing to pay for it. As a fan, as a diehard fan, $500. Is that the best we can do? What about it is the same Coca-Cola? It is Britney Spears' retirement, last tour, last stop. You saw her drink from this bottle, last performance, and she put it down, and you could see now it's being auctioned. Signed by her again. Now, how much is this? One in the world. 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. So what changed? Have we changed again the ingredient of the Coca-Cola? No, we haven't. We took a very simple commodity, a product that you could get anywhere in the world, and turn it into irresistible offer to the right audience. Write this down. Not to everybody. To some people, I don't give a shit about Britney Spears. It's still $1 to me. To the right audience. That's the key. It's a highly focused value to the right audience. And yet everybody else is focusing on how could I make the Coca-Cola taste better? That's what almost all entrepreneurs focus on. And this is exactly why they fucking fail. They spend all the time, how can I make the Coke taste better? Instead, how do I increase the perceived value of the same can of Coke? This is why they're lousy entrepreneurs. This is why they're lousy marketers. This is why they fail. This is why they don't make money.
Hey, Sifu, can I say something right here?
Yes.
Oh, actually, let's go to the next slide first. Yeah. I was just going to talk about a little bit about the story. I'll let Ed or you talk about this, and then I'll dive into it. I got a really powerful example I want to share.
Ed?
It has nothing to do with the product. It literally, it could have been a chair that she sat on. It could have been her left sock. It could have been like the blast microphone. What matters was the story around it, the perception of the value. We just took a commodity, we took a product that you could probably sell on eBay, right? For $1, $2, $3, and we perceived massive value around it because it's being sold to the right audience. Like Sifu said, someone who doesn't even like Britney Spears goes, okay, it's a $3 can of Coke, right? But to the right market, which is why market is always first, don't you think they're going to go, oh my gosh, that's Britney Spears. It's from her last concert. There's a photo of her. And I'm so excited. I'd pay $3,000 to get that. It's all about the story around it. The story adds perceived value. It's the power of perception.
Steven, you want to share your story?
I forgot about it. No, I'm just teasing with you guys.
Cliffhanger.
That's right. There's a couple of examples that came to mind. Like I got a little bit ahead of myself. One of them was when Peter sent me. So like Peter, I and Ed, we have this like little group chat. We talk about copy, but we also where we like send stuff that gets us horny, right? All the strategy and copy stuff like that. So basically, in our group chat. One day Peter sent us like this Kickstarter for this pair of pants. I kid you not, it is just a freaking pair of pants. And I can't remember the sales, but I just remember it was ridiculous. I think it was a few $100,000 in sales. And these guys didn't do anything else except for just tell the story of pants. Like I was just blown away. I'm like, how the hell? That kind of stuff always amazes me. Like that's something, if you ever notice like a commodity that sells like crazy like that, I'd highly, highly recommend stopping for a second and just like paying attention to what they're doing. Peter, do you remember what the story was for that one?
Oh man, I know exactly the story behind this one. Dude, this surprised me how much it sold. All right. So remember last week we talked about beer and how people were just marketing the distillation process and it became super profitable, but almost every beer company was doing it. Right? Okay, they did the exact same thing with this pair of pants. And
It was nuts.
Okay, so if you guys know about anything about pants or like e-commerce stuff, people source a lot from overseas, right? They source from China, they source from Korea, they source from all these different places in terms of to get their quality, right? So not quality, to get material. So these pair of pants, they source from this particular part of China and it was bamboo. So they sold a story like, oh, our pants are sourced all the way from the inner depths of China, where the pandas are eating the same bamboo that a panda are eating, are using to layer the insides of our pants, right? And then we travel all the way to South Korea, and then we finally finish it off in Australia, right? Where everything is put together with our technology, so it's interwoven, so you're warm on the inside and dry on the outside. And dude, when I watched it, it was just okay. It was not as corny as I just made it sound. So maybe we'll send the video later on but it was pretty freaking crazy. So that's the story.
Peter, I couldn't wait. So I looked it up. They raised $3 million.
Oh my god!
Pretty amazing.
Yeah,
Just because they told the story well. Over $3 million in pre-sales selling freaking pants. Okay, like how many pants companies exist in the world? Who knows?
Yeah.
And we'll also put it in your membership area as well, just to let you know.
Right. And one other thing that's
Yeah, I'm gonna share a story about bad things right after you, Stephen.
Bad things about the pants?
Not about pants, but just a bad way of what people think about offers, like a very common mistake that people make, especially like startup entrepreneurs. But like you can share a story first.
Okay, cool. One other really, just to hammer this home so you understand the power of story. Like we're not just telling you, hey, look, story is going to dramatically increase perceived value, but I want you to think about, I don't know if you guys know what is like one of the most expensive paintings in the world is. Or let's talk about the most famous painting in the world. I see it in the chat already. The first answer, Mona Lisa. There you go. That's immediately what comes to mind, right? I don't know if you guys know the actual history behind the Mona Lisa painting and why it's actually very, very famous. Da Vinci, that's part of it, but also part of it was this whole backstory. If you actually look into the Mona Lisa, like this painting itself, like was bought by famous people, it disappeared, different people forged it, and then all of a sudden after disappearing for like centuries, it came back up, and then all of a sudden there was 2 real ones, and then like all these, like basically this entire story was built up, and like Patrick said in the chat, it became a freaking legend, right? That's how much stories can really impact the perceived value. Just like the Mona Lisa, like it could have just been any other painting that he did. Like people think it's a smile of the woman's face or whatever it is, but really why it became world famous is because of all of the drama and the story that happened behind, the history behind the Mona Lisa itself. So that's another way. If you wanted to take something that's very boring, you can look into the history of it and then dramatize all of this, backstory of how it came about. That's another powerful tip that you can use. All right, that's it.
Dope. Okay, can I share the thing that people get wrong a lot of times? Would that be valuable to you guys?
I want to know.
Okay. So I think it was 4 or 5 years ago where there was a startup craze, and every person who could program thought they were the next Mark Zuckerberg. So this is when Yelp first got big. And I remember in Vancouver, there's a small little startup community here. We're not like Silicon Valley or anything, but we do have a lot of programmers. And I remember meeting a lot of them, and they're all just like, okay, I'm going to be an entrepreneur. I'm going to be the next, I don't know, next Zuckerberg, the next person who makes it big with a startup, right? And I'd be like, oh, wow, that's cool. That's really ambitious goals. Like, what are you doing? And they're like, oh, I'm gonna make Yelp, but better. And I'm like, okay, tell me more about it. And here's what they say. Okay, the way I code it, the algorithm, it's gonna make the restaurants load up 2.3 seconds faster than Yelp. Because right now, the way their algorithm is so slow, and it's just not fast at all, right? I'm gonna make the fastest Yelp ever, the fastest restaurant finding app ever. And it's going to completely revolutionize the industry. So that's almost what every person I talked to there, they were just trying to make a better version of something that already exists, but they weren't focused on value. They were focused on a feature of the product, but they were not focused on the value. And I'm sure you guys can guess it. None of these took off. They're all just, I don't know what they're doing right now, but none of them took off. And that's one of the mistakes most entrepreneurs make. They think because they can make a feature of a product better, they think they can overtake the market, which that's just not true in almost all cases. Right? And that's it from me.
That's powerful.
And Ed, why don't you go through the perfect closing script and see, and how do we create a
Ooh.
irresistible offer around that? I think that would be valuable.
That's a
Here
great
we
story.
go.
Great story.
Okay.
Let's go.
I'm
Let's go.
excited for this one.
Get it.
Okay. All right. So as you can see, hopefully you're all familiar with the perfect closing script because you have done your homework, I would assume. You've done your homework, right? Now, this is just a script. Objectively speaking, this is a script. It's a commodity. How many sales scripts are out there? There's sales scripts from all sorts of sales trainers, right? So how did we get it to sell so well if it's technically a commodity? Well, we turned it into an irresistible offer. So let's dive into the nuts and bolts of this. So if we look on the far left and the far right, the two red laptops, we have Instagram secrets and YouTube secrets. Now, who can tell me why we've included that? Bonus value for other programs. People love to collect things, added values, to source more leads to close, yes. To practice sales on YouTube, to get more leads, right. So if we imagine, what is the number one promise that we're making with the perfect closing script? What is the focused outcome? Close more deals, right? So now imagine you're a salesperson, you're a sales professional. You've got the script, you're like, all right, great, I'm ready to close some more sales, but shit, I don't have any leads to close. I don't have any prospects to use this script on. So we throw in Instagram secrets and YouTube secrets. So what does that get them? More leads. And what do those leads mean? More people to use the script on. And what does that mean? More closed sales, right? All roads lead back to Rome. Now let's look at expert positioning right there at the bottom in the middle. It's the purple one with Sifu in the red suit. Every salesperson knows, every sales professional knows that you have to be a professional person, I hope you know that, to close the deal faster. Okay, imagine this. Imagine if Sifu walked on stage and he was wearing flip-flops and shorts and he wanted to sell you a $3,000 high-income copywriter program. And his hair was all messed up. And would you buy from him? Would you think he's worth selling a $3,000 program? No, because he wasn't positioned properly. By the way, yeah, I can't imagine this either because Sifu was so sophisticated and refined. But that's the power of positioning. And all sales professionals know that. So we teach them how to position themselves before they even get on the phone so they can close it. They can close the deal before they even open their lips. Have you ever wanted a product or service, whatever it was, so bad that you were just ready to buy it right there? You're like, you know what? I'm ready to go. I'm ready to buy it. There's no resistance. There's no nothing, right? Imagine you go into your doctor's office and you have a sickness, some kind of illness. Maybe you got a cough, you got a runny nose, but it's really, really, really annoying you. So let's pretend that you have a sinus infection and you've got this really, really annoying, sound coming out of your mouth, right? Because it's like, hey, you're talking like that. And imagine tomorrow you have a date. Holy crap, that's a big problem. You're going to sound terrible. So you go into your doctor's office and the doctor is there. They've got They've got, they got the doctor get up going on. They got their stethoscope, they put you down on the table and they ask you questions. They're very professional. They find out your pain. They really dig deep into what you're going through. And before you even walked into the doctor's office, first of all, they're already crazy credible because 1, they're a doctor. 2, they're already dressed up to play the part. 3, you were already sold on a solution because of how the doctor was positioned, correct? So you already knew that the doctor could give you whatever the doctor gives you at this point to help solve your problem. You're going to buy it because you trust the doctor. They have that positioning. They could have been the worst salesperson ever, but because they had that positioning, there's no resistance. You're ready to buy. So that's what we show salespeople how to do. Because of the positioning, again, the perception, the positioning. So we show sales professionals how to close the deal and position themselves before they even get on the phone so they can what? Close more deals. Are you starting to see how this is all focused on one single outcome? Awesome. Next up, we have word-for-word objection handling scripts. Imagine you're going to close your first copywriting client. First of all, who's excited for that? That's cool. And they start asking you questions. They go, well, what kind of experience do you have? Well, how much writing do you have? How much have you learned? Who have you learned from? Are you familiar with my brand? And they ask you all these questions and, oh, shoot, you got the perfect closing script. You've attracted all these people, but the problem is, holy crap, you don't know how to handle these objections. Well, lucky for you, we have word-for-word objection handling scripts to help you, what? Close more deals. Close more deals. There we go. All roads lead back to Rome. Every single thing inside it, by the way, there's more stuff here. Close more deals. Every single piece of this puzzle is meant to help you close more deals with less resistance. Right next to, actually, let's go for the middle one. 100K sales calls, right in the smack dab in the middle. You see that right there? We've got some of our high ticket millionaire leaders there. So these are actual recordings from some of Sifu's top closers who have collectively, I think there's about 6 to 8 recordings. So each call has closed around a few thousand to 10,000 plus. Wouldn't you want to know how they sounded and how they use their tonalities and how they close the deal so you could use their exact words, lines, tonalities, and phrases inside your next conversation with your client? Don't you think that would help you close more deals? Imagine having the confidence, conviction, and clarity of using the word-for-word verbatim lines that these top closers are already using. All you have to do is you listen in and you steal them and you use them. That's it. How seamless is that? So not only with the perfect closing script, you get the script, you also get the leads with Instagram and YouTube secrets. You position yourself before you even get on the phone, and you can handle any objection that comes up, and you know exactly how the sales conversation should sound because of 100K sales calls. Are you starting to see how this is an irresistible offer? But we're not done yet. We're not done yet. But wait, there's more. To the right of the 100K sales calls, there is the perfect closing system. So that is the 5 Ps to close the deal every single time. It's a step-by-step proven process to get you from before you even get on the phone to how you close the deal. The problem is most sales professionals, they wing the process. They wing, first of all, talking to the lead, qualifying them, making sure they're a good fit before they even get on the phone, even talking to them on the phone, following up. They're pushy and aggressive and salesy after they get off the phone, when in fact they should be holding them accountable and encouraging them to be resourceful, right? Imagine if you had a 5-step system to help you close more copywriting clients. How incredible would that be? It's tremendous because there's no room for error. It's just a system you follow predictably every single time. No more roller coaster income, no more up and down, no more, I'm sorry kids, I'm not sure if we're gonna have dinner on the table tomorrow night. You know predictably and consistently exactly what you're gonna say, how you're gonna say it, and the exact process you're gonna do it. But that's not all. By the way, what is that gonna help you do? Close more deals. Finally, we have salescalls.com. Wow. So now you have all this information and you go, well, this is great, but so now that you have all this information, what's your first thing you're thinking of before you even get into salescalls.com? Practice. How can you practice this? How can you implement all this great information put into action? Because let's be real here. It's if you've been closing your deals a certain way for a long period of time, how are you going to know if you're doing it right? How are you going to know if you're using the right tonalities? If you're getting the right, if you're using the methods correctly? Well, Seafood Dan has a solution for you. 100K sales calls. By the way, who's excited by this? This is so fun. I think this is incredible. This is so much fun. So 100K sales calls, you go in once a week, you can practice with Sifu's top closers and get real live feedback on your perfect closing script execution. So let's say you have a presentation, you want to close a deal with a client, whether you're in real estate or you are in sales, or you're doing high income copywriting, but you don't know how to close that first deal. You don't know how to close that next deal. That's okay, because we're going to give you a very safe, rejection-free, risk-free, embarrassment-free environment to help you really gain that confidence and that clarity and that conviction. So the next time you do have a sales conversation, the next time you do have to talk to someone who you have to sell something on, you have the utmost clarity, conviction, and certainty to close that deal. Not only that, inside of salescalls.com, you have 24/7 access to practice your sales skills with sales professionals from all over the world. This is like, imagine like masterminding with everybody inside of HIC, but for sales and for practicing how you're going to get your next client. How crazy would that be? How much would you learn from each other? Seeing what's proven, what's working, and what everyone else is doing and seeing results. And then you could take what they're doing and put it into your process. And what does that help you do? Close more deals. Not only that, there's an entire Facebook group dedicated for salescalls.com members that allows them to ask questions, concerns, gain support and clarity and encouragement. Just like the HIC family, we hold each other accountable to be better, do better, to have more so we can, and be more so we can give more. Are you starting to see the power of an irresistible offer? Now, how much would this be worth to you guys? How much would this be worth to you? Put a number. Just put a number in the chat. $1,000, $1,500, $1K, $3K. If this could help you get your next client, your next copywriting client, how much would it be worth to you? If that copywriting client would pay you, let's say, $2K a month, how much would it be worth to you? $2K for this? $3K, $5K? Well, here's the thing. Sifu's time is worth $10,000 an hour alone. And he's put in hours and hours and hours of training in the perfect closing script here. But we sell this for just $299. By the way, we're going to break down later on exactly what I just did there. But do you see how powerful having an irresistible offer is? So what did we just do here? We just took a product, a script that was a commodity, and we turned it into an irresistible offer. So let me ask you this. Where else can you get all these incredible bonuses at this value? That's the power of an irresistible offer. I saw in the HIC Facebook group, some people were asking about, oh, sometimes the market is at stage 5, and how do I differentiate myself from the competition? This is how you do it. Because you no longer have to compete based on price and quality. Like on Amazon, now you can compete. You don't even compete. You just dominate because no one else can compare their thing to this. Everyone else is selling a commodity. You have an irresistible offer. You can't go on Amazon and buy this, can you? That's the power of an irresistible offer. Whew.
Very good. Now, there are a few lessons that I want to talk about. Well, it's funny because I could see the orders coming in on perfect closing script. So Ed did a very good job.
Sorry, Sifu, I didn't mean to close it that hard.
You did a very good job. You're closing during the class. We're getting students buying the perfect closing script, and it's great. It was great. Now, 3 lessons here. Number 1, when you are creating irresistible offer, image, pictures are very powerful. So it's one thing, let's say, think about what Ed just described, the perfect closing script offer. It's one thing to say, okay, you get this, you get this, you get this, but isn't it much more powerful when you can see it like this way, right? We can see it like this. Like, whoa, visually, it's like, wow, we're getting all this great value, and he breaks down into one thing at a time, right? A picture is worth 1,000 words. Second lesson, it's not just words on a screen, on an email. What Ed has done, let's say if Sifu wants to, I could take all of that, little rough on the edges, but we could modify that and turn it into a video sales script. Could we do that? And for some, maybe reading it, they are not convinced. But when they are watching it, when they're listening to it now, how many of you, when you even hand copy the sales letters, right? Perfect closing script. That's cool. But now Ed is explaining it and selling it kind of this way. He's like, whoa, this is very good. Right? It's the same thing. He took the same copy from the long sales page compared to this could be like basically a 5-minute kind of breakdown and pitch, right? And say, you know what? I wasn't so on that, but listening to this is very, very good. So understand that your prospects, they buy in different ways. Write it down. They buy in different ways. Some could be through image. For some, they see the image. Oh, I'm sold. Boom, done. Some, they buy because of the stories. Some buy because of the testimonials. Some buy because of they are watching a video. They buy in different ways. So as a high-income copywriter, Sifu wants you to think beyond just words. You have more than words as your selling tools, as your weapons, right? More than just words. But even what he's done, that video, if we would create a video, that is still copy. It's still copy. One last lesson. This is very key. Clients get value in different ways. Not only prospects buy in different ways. Customers, they get value in different ways. For some, with this offer, there are many things that people can get value from. For some, maybe they need help with lead generation, and Instagram is the perfect tool for them. They watch the Instagram secrets and perfect. They get what they need. For some, they may be pretty good with what they do, but they just have a couple objections that they usually don't know how to handle, right? You get resistance by learning the word for word objection handling scripts, taking some of those answers, and boom, now they're closing more sales. For some, it's the community. For some, it is the 5 Ps, the systems. For some, it is sales calls, being able to role play. So what it means is, if you put yourself in the client's shoes, they don't need to get everything and all the value from the offer. For some, they just get a little bit of value from whatever the component is. To them, that's already valuable. What we don't want to do is this, as a high-income copywriter, we don't want to project own values on them. We don't want to project own values on them. Just like when we're buying a car, if the salesperson keeps talking about the engine, let me talk about the engine. Let me talk about the horsepower. Let me talk about how fast this thing is. And to you, actually, you know what? I like it because it's red. Or I like the leather seat. I don't give a shit about the engine. Why are you talking to me about the engine? Oh, but the engine is so cool. It's like, I don't care. So people buy in different ways and they perceive value in different ways. So it's not up to us to project our own value. This is making sense. So, but we need to give them enough value. So even though if someone, they say for $300, they listen to the 100K sales calls, they pick up a couple of techniques, the next, let's say a real estate agent, and that helps her to close one more listing that's worth $10,000 in commission. Is that a good return on her investment? $300, $10K in commission. Yeah, to her, she hasn't even gone through anything else. She has not gone through this Instagram secrets. She's not gone through the objection handling. All she's done is listen to the 100K calls, maybe one of those calls, and then boom, picked up an extra 10K. Is that good? Instead of us forcing our values, no, you got to go through everything in this fashion, in this kind of way, and you got to go through everything before you implement anything. No, that's not true. You'll be surprised how many people do that. They get value in their own way. And for some, maybe they don't go through anything. They just love the Facebook group. Or they just love the role play. Is that okay? Absolutely. Absolutely. So ask yourself, whatever you do when you're writing copy, is this just an offer, a commodity, or is it an irresistible offer? And why? Why? So that's the overall philosophy when it comes to irresistible offer. Making sense? Yes? There are 3 main components of an offer. So let's go deep. Can we go deep? Are you ready to go deep? Okay. There are 3 main components of an offer. 1, bonuses. 2, price and terms. 3, guarantee. Bonuses, price and terms, and guarantee. The guarantee. The more valuable, the more risk-free the offer seems to the buyer, the reader, the more likely they will buy. Most people don't buy because they're afraid that they're going to make a mistake. They might say they're skeptical, but why are they skeptical? They're afraid that this decision might not be the right decision. It might cost them money. It might cost them time, right? And how are they going to explain this to their family? You got to think a step ahead. How are they going to explain this to the family? Let's say you just bought let's say you just bought a new pair of shoes that are very expensive. Way more expensive than what you usually buy. You bring it home. Well, maybe you have to do some explanation. Why spending that much money on a pair of shoes? What's going on? What's the reason behind it? Right? Oh, because I like it. Well, maybe. You still gotta explain it most of the time. So the more valuable and risk-free the offer, the easier it is for you to explain. So you could just sell a product, but then you would be selling based on price and quality. And that's fine. That's fine. And this is why an offer is so critical. Can you see why you need to spend some time thinking it through when you're working with a client? Hey, what is the offer here? How can we make it more irresistible? So can we do a stronger guarantee? So these are strategies questions. These are not copy questions. These are fundamental. What about, it's a business model question, right? When you have an irresistible offer, it allows you to charge more, right? Charge the most, sell the most, stand out from your competition. Give me a brand. Give me an example of a brand that charges the most, sell the most, and stand out from the competition. Apple, nice. Apple. Starbucks, yes. Gucci, yes. Chanel, Mercedes, yep. Sure. Tesla, yes. Versace, yes. Louis Vuitton, yes. Hermes, yes. Tom Ford, yes. All those are very good example. Very good example. Now, an irresistible offer doesn't always mean that it is the most high end in the marketplace. Keep that in mind. Because sometimes we think about, oh, does it only apply to premium products or services? Not true. That's not true. When you see something on TV, let's say an infomercial, let's say the knife infomercial or one of those juicer infomercial, one of those things, right? It's irresistible. It's very compelling. It's not high ticket. It's not high ticket, but still, it's a very irresistible offer, and they sell millions and tens of millions of dollars worth of products. That's perfectly fine. So it doesn't mean irresistible doesn't mean it's always high price. Okay, it doesn't always mean it's high price. Does that make sense? I want you to be clear on that. But irresistible offer allows you to sell at a higher price if you want to. Say that one more time. Irresistible offer allows you to sell at a higher price if you want to. So when you follow what we talk about today, you are able now to make what you do, your offer completely unique because it's all about perceived value. It's all about perceived value. With your high income copywriting skill, we also want to make irresistible offers. So tell Sifu, let's say you were now out there, you're going to offer your copywriting service. How can you make what you do more irresistible? Instead of just saying, hey, you know what? I can write copy for you. So tell me, how can you make what you do, your copywriting skill, irresistible? Put in the chat. Pay me if you like my copy. Good. Give me an offer. Niche down. Yes. I only write copy for a certain industry. Yes. What else? If it doesn't work, I'll tweak it. So I kind of a satisfaction guarantee, right? If it doesn't work, I'm going to tweak it for you. Good. What else? This is specific. Now, instead of saying just I'll do more research, that's not as good. How can we make it? How can we attach a unique mechanism? I'll get into your prospect's mind. Good. Increase revenue. That's good. Only pay me. My copy makes you money. That's good. Right. Now that's more results based. That's fine. You write scalable copy. That's good. But that's what you do. That's a skill you have, but that's not an irresistible offer. I'm not always available. That's fine. That's exclusivity, but still not. It's part of the strategy to create urgency, but you still need to. How can I make it irresistible?
Hey, Sifu, can I add something that might give a bit more clarity?
Sure.
Remember, What is the singular focused outcome we want to help them get? Someone say close more deals. Generate more revenue, get more sales. Correct. And how do they want to do that? With the least amount of risk possible. Correct? So what can we do to add value that helps them, not close themselves, that helps them generate more sales and revenue while reducing the risk that they have to take on?
If you guys watched a lot of Sifu's YouTube videos, you would know how to make it irresistible, because Sifu went over an example in the video, like exact example.
So let me give you an example. I'm just doing this on top of my head, okay? So let's say if, oh, I can see how many of you are confused. You're lost. How many confused and lost? Put in the chat. Overwhelmed. Nice. Nice. Good job. Good job. Do you think you'll be less confused if you go back and listen to the class again? Revisit the materials. Would that be a good idea? So let's say if I was to go out there and offer my copywriting services. Now, maybe I don't have a lot of credibility in the beginning, right? And which we'll talk about probably week 7 on how do you get clients when you have no credibility. I'll get into that. So if I was to go out there and make an irresistible offer, I could do something like this. And now, because I'm a beginner, I am not going to be able to promise I'm going to increase your revenue. I'm not going to promise that because I might not get paid. I kind of want to get paid. I'm not at that point yet. You are not at that point yet. How could you? You haven't done it yet, right? So I cannot guarantee that then you're just making false promises. And I did that in the beginning. Steve actually did that in the beginning. I called it do or die copywriting. And a lot of the time I didn't get paid. So I'm just sharing with you that kind of sucks. You spend a lot of time working on copy and not getting paid, right? That's not so good. I want to get paid something, right? So as a high income copywriter, your most important thing after you graduate, the most important thing you need to focus on is making your first dollar. Making your first dollar. I don't care if it's a $10, $20, $100, $500, $1,000, $2,000 project. It doesn't matter. Making your first dollar. I don't care if it's $50. It doesn't matter how much it is. That first dollar changes everything. Why does it change everything? Because you and I know, you can make $1. Can you make more? Can you make 2? Can you make 5? Can you make 10? Can you make 100? Can you make $1,000? Can you make 2,000? Can you make 5,000? Can you make 10,000? It all starts with that first dollar. So I do not care. I don't look at the first dollar. Because now you have proved, you've proved to yourself, I could use my copywriting skill to earn money. And it all starts with $1. That first dollar. Right? So let's say if I'm going out there, I'm making an offer. I will not promise, if you don't make money, don't pay me. I'm not going to promise that myself. I'm not going to do that. Because I'm not at that point that I have enough experience that I work within certain industry as I can promise that. Okay? And chances are you might get ripped off that way. Not so good. I want you to get paid. Remember the different ways to get paid. Per project. We're not going to pay per hour. We don't do that bullshit. We're not get paid based on time. We get paid based on result. So results doesn't always mean revenue. It means I can deliver on what I promise. So per project, per month, or some kind of a revenue generator, right? The 3 ways. Start with project, start with per month. Start with project, that's the easiest, right? Just per gig, right? So per gig. So the promise, you could even take this, see if it was teaching it to you ahead of time. It's okay, I'll just give an example. I would first of all say I specialize in emails. Let's say emails or landing pages or Facebook ads. Doesn't matter what it is. Let's say I specialize in emails. And I will look at, so how many emails are you sending out to your list right now of a list of X amount of people? Oh yeah, I'm sending out about one email every couple of days, maybe like 15 emails per month. Okay. And looking at your opening rate and whatever email software you use, maybe there's a segment in your list or maybe entire list. What if you up this frequency to an email a day? Okay. So I'm going to write 15 emails for you. 15 emails for you. And for each email, I'm going to charge you $100. So pay me $1,500 a month. I'm going to write an email for you every single month. So 15 additional emails. Or you want to do the whole thing, you don't even want to bother, then just pay me $3K. Well, I'll do all the 30 emails for you. Free up your time so you don't need to worry about it. Okay? So I specialize in emails, and I specialize in certain category if you want to, but that's what I'm going to do. And the irresistible offer is this, that before I write an email for you, what I do for my clients is I take them through a 5-step market immersion process. Oh, what is that? Well, it means I take you through a 5-step process. So let's say you want to hire me. I'm not going to start writing for you tomorrow. I need about a 21-day period of time to deep dive into your offers, your research, your past emails, what works, what doesn't work, looking at your analytics. It takes me about 21 days. And it's a process that I do. I take all my clients through. Unique mechanism, right? You're like, oh, wow, okay. Yeah, because I want my emails to make you money. Now, how much I cannot guarantee, but I know it's going to make you some. And I know it's going to make you more because we're increasing the frequency. That makes sense. Okay, so unique mechanism. And it's going to be $3K a month, right? And with my schedule, I could deliver that to you ahead of the time. I'm not going to send you an email every day. That's just not a very effective way of doing this. I would pre-write a whole bunch of email. It might take me 2 days or so, right? Like, so I would deliver that in the beginning of the month, right? In the beginning of the month, and you can have the rest of the month. You can schedule them. You can blast them out. Okay. And the results is if there are certain emails, let's say, I know each email that you send out is if we're making an offer, it's not a content piece, it's actually making an offer. My guarantee is that email is going to generate you money. If we're making an offer. If that email doesn't generate you money, I'm going to rewrite another one for you. No charge. No charge. Oh, okay, that's cool. And now, what you share with me based on the statistics, based on what you just shared, your email right now, the 15 emails, they are bringing you about 50K a month in revenue, correct? You say, yeah, it's making me about 50K a month in revenue through my emails. Okay. Now, if I write a daily email for you, you're going to pay me 3K. If we can help you to generate an additional $25,000, let's say $25,000. So from 50K to now 75K. Beyond that 3K, would you be comfortable paying me a $2,000 bonus if that month I could help you hit an additional 25K in revenue? Would you be okay with that? Oh, all right, that's interesting. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. So in total, we're talking about 5K, right? Yeah, if I can help you generate an additional $25,000, you pay me 5K. And you're free up my time, so I don't have to write the 15 emails I'm writing right now. That's right. Well, okay, that will work. So we got a deal? We got a deal. Now that's closing, that's high ticket closing. However, can you see how we make the offer irresistible? Singular focus, high focus value. This is not so much about adding on a lot of things. I'm taking the principle and teaching you if we are selling a service, how can we make the client more comfortable? How can we make it irresistible for the client? Right? How many of you love the ability to do this? And right there, 3K. So from a 3K, 5K client, I just need two. Two clients, I hit my 10K. I'm a high income copywriter, six figure a year. Can you see yourself doing this? You see how simple this is? It's not complex. And if the client has got a bigger list, who you write for is more important than what you write. What if the clients are bringing in, let's say, $500,000 a month with emails? Let's say, how many clients do I need? I just need one of those, because I just need another zero to what I do. Instead of 3,000, I just charge 30,000. Right? If I can get it up to another bump, right? $500,000, get it up to 750, $250,000 increase, give me a 20K bonus. Sure. Now, you need to earn the right to get to that point when you're that good. Yes. But can you see how this is very doable? Take a little bit of time, get trained, get good. Then the value you're providing you're still writing that 30 emails. It's the same emails, same work. It's who you write for. Now, the client that's doing $500,000 in revenue through emails, those clients will be more sophisticated, right? They'll be more sophisticated. They would know. They know marketing. But they also need help. They need help. They don't have the time. What you need to focus on is getting good at what you do. And sometimes maybe you will get, in terms of, again, I'll cover all this in week 7. Sometimes you will get paid 1/3, depends on the amount, to get started. Sometimes you get paid half, and a half when it's complete, right? That's very, very common. And sometimes you might just get started first, and then let's say the project, let's say take a different idea. Let's say it's a project that takes you 30 days to do. Sometimes you say, you know what, we'll get started. When we hit the first milestone, when I provide this much copy to you, you pay me 1/3, and then another milestone, pay me another 1/3, and then when it's finished, you pay me another 1/3. That's also very common as well. So case by case, each client is a little bit different, right? And we could go into now the deal and how to structure that. That's a whole different topic. That's like I think that goes beyond what we're talking about. For now, Sifu's goal is very simple: to get you to 6-figure, earning 100K a month. That's the very simple goal, very simple focus. Keep things simple, right? Charge per project, do a couple of projects, get a couple of clients on retainers paying you every month. Boom, you're hitting that 10K, right? You could go from there, but let's hit the 10K first, right? Because I know you hit that, it's life-changing. How many of you, if you're making 10K a month, writing copy, working from home, that's pretty fucking life-changing for you? Would your family be proud? Will your partner be happy? Could you pay off some debt with that? Right? Would that give you more freedom? Yeah, let's just start with that. Don't go crazy with me, right? Don't go crazy yet. Just let's hit that 10K. Let's get to that point first. Doesn't mean we stop there. Doesn't mean we don't grow, right? Like, let's just get to that 10K. For most people, that like for North America, that puts you in the top 4 or 5% income bracket in North America. Forget the world. In North America, right? It's very, very good. And you and I know, right? You could get to that 10K. What does that mean? What does that mean? Yes. You get to 15, you get to 20. Now, will you get there overnight? No. It's going to take some effort, take some growth, take some learning, right? It's going to take some time. But that 10K, That doesn't take very long. It doesn't take very long. And what it means is you will never have to charge based on price. And you'll never be treated like a commodity because the value that you bring to the table. And the faster you learn, the faster you earn. Because how much you know, how good your skill set is, it has a direct correlation with how much you earn. The more you understand copy, the better copy you could write, the more you understand the marketplace, the more valuable you are, because the more value you could bring to the client. All right, it's all about the client. It's all about the value you could offer. So we're going to take a break. We're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll talk about the 7 types of offers. Ooh, this is interesting. This is exciting thing. It's exciting stuff. Okay, 7 types of offers. 2 minutes, go.
Oh man, that was great. Wow.
Oof.
Peter, guess what?
What?
We're not even halfway done.
Oh,
Oh, there's so much more to go, baby.
hell
Let's get it.
yeah.
Oh man.
Go. We're going for a 48-hour class. There we go.
48 hours. Who's ready? Here we go.
That's what we're talking about.
All right. Who needs sleep when you have seafood unlocked? Let's do it.
Yep. Do 7 types of offers.
Hmm.
Ooh, I wonder what they are.
I don't know. We'll have to find out. By the way, what was your number 1 takeaway so far from today's class? Put it in the chat. Irresistible offer, intense focus, perceived value. Be specific. Be specific. Start with the first dollar value. That's right. Start with the first dollar. Perception, positioning, singularity of offer. We don't sell products, we make offer. Offer equals product plus value. How are you going to start applying these principles in your life after today's class? Put it in the chat. Get a client this week. There we go.
Nice. Oh, one thing. We didn't have a chance to talk about it when you're creating your irresistible offers as a copywriter. Just another mistake you don't make that I see a lot of people making especially on job boards, especially newer copywriters. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I saw this one person. He offered copy and his main selling point was, I'm going to be grammatically correct and I'm going to turn it in on time.
That's just setting the bar so low.
That is a very resistible offer, let me tell you. So, and like it's not their fault because they're probably not well versed in copywriting, right? And you see a lot of people get into this. They're not really strong in the foundations, so they add on to their, I guess, their copywriter product, right? They just add on more features that don't really add value to the end client, right? So grammatically correct, a fast turnaround time. They're gonna say I charge per word. All these things. It's just, I wish I could put more examples, but just focus on making irresistible values. Yeah, exactly. I have a degree in English, right? Don't say I have a master's in English, etc. Just don't make those mistakes. Keep the offer irresistible.
If the client wanted to hire someone who spelled everything perfectly with perfect grammar and handed it in on time, they would have hired their English professor, not a professional copywriter. And think about it. That's what an English professor does, right? They correct your grammar and tell you to hand shit in on time. No, you should hand shit in on time. That should be expected. That shouldn't be a value.
Yeah.
But think about it. Is your English professor rich? Is he wealthy? He or she? Are they making the money that you want to make? No. So why would you model your offer after theirs? It's a product. It's a commodity. Why are you giving the same product or service as them. That's a commodity.
And even more, when was the last time your English professor paid you? Never. So why do people listen to other people that like have no impact on your life, financially, emotionally? It's just, oh, okay. I'm getting a bit riled up, but.
Oh man.
All right, we're back.
All right, Steve is back to save us.
I heard the story, which is interesting. They said I'll hand in the stuff on time, and what is it? It's grammatically correct.
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, just these.
We should do a post, and below it, I say my grammar is not that good. It may not be grammatically correct, but it makes you money.
That's exactly
Oh,
right.
that'd be a dope shirt.
Yeah, that would be
Right.
it would be different.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh man.
It reminds me of a story. When I published the book, my book F Your Money, I had actually quite a few people all these years approach me and say, "Hey, Dan, I found so many grammatical errors in the book, and pay me X amount of dollars, and I can help you fix it. We can help you fix all those grammatical errors." And I said, "Well, it's not a best writing book. It's a best-selling book. It works. It sells. We've had, I don't know, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of downloads. Why change success? I'm afraid once you make all the grammars correct, the thing doesn't sell anymore. So why would I hire you to fix success?" You know what I mean? Maybe it's because it has errors in it that it works. So don't change it. Don't worry about it. Really. Same thing with the copy. Like sometimes, it's some errors is working. I say, don't change it. It's fine. It's about results. For those, you're a perfectionist, that you want to make it all perfect. Why do you want to make it all perfect? Lower self. But why do you want to make it all perfect? When you want to make the copy perfect, is it results-based or is it ego-based? Is it focusing on the market or focusing on you? There you go. It's ego-based. It's focusing on yourself. Oh, make it all perfect because what would people think? Versus I only care about what the marketplace thinks. I only care about what the marketplace thinks. Period. If it works, great. If it doesn't work, I'm not going to argue with the marketplace. I'm going to fix it. I'm going to change it. I'm going to make it better. I'm trying to be the control. It's not about having there's no such thing as a perfect campaign. There's no such thing. It's only, does the campaign work? Does it produce results? Does it generate leads? Does it bring in revenue? Or it doesn't? That's it. And if it is generating revenue, is it little? Is it a lot? There's no such thing. So like, put that, like, don't even use that in your vocabulary. I'm going to write the perfect copy. No. Don't do that. You want to write profitable copy. There's a different P, not perfect. Profitable. Profitable copy. And you could always make it more profitable. Couldn't you? Doesn't matter how much money is producing, you can always make it better. This is why it's so much fun. You can make it better. And you can only make it better when you become better. Offer type number 1. A simple hard offer. We call that pay up front. Now, what does that mean?
You pay up front, it means you pay right now. So imagine you are shopping online at your favorite store. Let's pretend you love Gap, and for whatever reason you feel inclined to pay $75 for a hoodie. You add it to your bag and you press confirm, you put in your credit card information, and boom, you've just gotten yourself into a hard offer. So you pay up front. What other examples? By the way, it is, yes, this is, oh no, it's not me. That's not me in the picture there. Another example. Here's what to do now. Click here to order my ebook online with our secure server. Using your credit card or checking account is the fastest way to get simple steps to get huge and shredded. This is for Blake. You'll be downloading the ebook and all 8 bonuses in just minutes. If you have a PayPal account, you can click here to pay with PayPal. Click here to print out a mail order form to mail your order. Please make check or mail order for $47 out to Sean LeBron. Here's to your success in health and life. So this is a hard offer. It means you just pay one time. It's an upfront fee. There's no subscription. There's no anything after that. It's very simple and to the point. What are the examples of?
Now, there are a couple of things here I want to point out, okay? People buy in different ways. Here, Sean offers 3 different ways for them to buy. Click here. Order online, enter your credit card, right? Through our secure server. One of the things people are afraid, right? Oh, what if I enter my credit card number? Would it get stolen? Is it safe? And after I pay, how soon would I get all this stuff? In just minutes. Oh, okay. Instant gratification. That's cool. Or if you have a PayPal account. Oh yeah, actually, you know, I've actually got a couple $100 in my PayPal account. Yeah, maybe I'll just use my PayPal. I don't need to enter my credit card. Just a couple clicks, enter, easy. Mail order. Maybe some people, they want to pay a money order. They're not comfortable buying online. 3 different ways to buy. 3 different ways. Doesn't mean you always have to offer multiple ways to buy, but Sifu wants to point out a lesson here, right? You got it? In that example.
You go to the gas station and you pick up a bag of Doritos or you pick up some gas or you pick up some, what is it, like the antifreeze you put like on the front of your car. Yeah, you put up some spicy Doritos, you get some juice or you get some, you know, you get some
Coca-Cola,
snacks.
a gum,
yeah.
pack of gum.
You pay up front, you pay one time. That's a hard offer right there. It's simple, it's clean, it's easy. However, there are other types of offers that are much more appealing. For example, the soft offer, which is where you pay later. A perfect example of this is having a free trial. So for example, here, Shopify, build your business. You've got the will, we've got the way. Try Shopify free for 14 days, no credit card required. By the way, notice that they have the word free in there twice. Start your free trial. And at the top right corner, start free trial. The word free is very, very powerful. So try Shopify free for 14 days, no credit card required. By entering your email, you agree to receive marketing emails from Shopify. So you try out the product.
Now, with in here, what's the key? What are the key phrases in terms of the offer in here? What are the key words out of the whole thing? Free trial. That's right. Free trial. Both places. Try it out. Pay us later. And no credit card required. Because that's one thing that people are thinking about. Oh, it's free, but you're going to get my credit card, and then you're going to start billing me without my permission, right? Some people think that way. So, no, we don't even need your credit card. Just give it a try. Only pay us when you like it. Oh, okay. All right, I'll give it a try. People are skeptical.
Now, put it in the chat. Why do you think that works? Imagine, by the way, for those who don't know what Shopify is a place where you can create an online e-commerce store. So yes, they reverse the risk, try before you buy, no risk, exactly. So why does it work? You think they might just be friendly by letting you try their product or service and to develop a good relationship. and to, yes, less perceived risk. That is very, very true. However, imagine that you do make a Shopify store. So you set up your site, you set up everything, and you put a bunch of time and hours, and then your 14-day trial is almost up. Well, shoot, you're not going to let all that hard work you just put in go to waste. You're hooked. Now you're going to start paying the monthly recurring. So you've tried it, you like it, and now you're going to start getting it over and over and over again. That's the power of samples. Paying later. Next example, Prime Video. Start your 30-day free trial. Okay, who here has a TV show they love to binge watch? Or has ever had a TV show? What is it? Put it in the chat. For me, I love Suits. Yeah, Game of Thrones, great. Suits, Stranger Things, Doctor Who, NCIS, Mad Men. Yeah, exactly. The Boys, Game of Thrones, exactly. So now imagine you have a 30-day trial to your favorite TV show and you get hooked on it. So imagine there's let's say there's like 6 seasons of your favorite TV show. You get hooked on it. You've just completed season 1 and your free trial is almost up. What are you going to do? Put it in the chat. You're going to join. You can't stop now. You just got to keep paying. You got to start paying now so you can keep binge watching your favorite show. Do you see how powerful the soft offer is? Now imagine if you had to pay up front. They couldn't hook you in. They couldn't get, their claws on you and pull you in. Right?
Now, for mass offer, usually, like for something that appeals to the masses, especially something low ticket, the soft offer, pay later, it's very powerful because it is a fantastic way to acquire a huge volume of customers, trial members in a very short period of time. Now, this may not work so well if you're selling high ticket. It might attract the wrong types of prospects. So you see the strategy has to match who you're trying to serve. You can't just say, oh, we're going to do the soft offer. Well, who are we selling? Why are we selling it? Right? All these things, that's strategist. You got to wear that strategist hat and say, does this fit? Does this make sense?
And to relate it back to you as a copywriter, how could we create a soft offer for your first client? What if we said, I write the copy now and I get you such great results that you pay me later? How could you say no to that?
Mm-hmm.
That's the power of a soft offer.
Yeah,
so there's
instead of trying to sell them 30 emails, well, you know what? Why don't I write the first couple emails? See how you like it. For you, it's like 20, 30 minutes. Who cares? Right? Mm-hmm. Try it out.
I'll write you 3 emails. And you know what?
And don't even talk about only pay me like you like. Not to pay me for the risk. Just, hey, I'll just write it for you. See if you like it. That's it. Keep it very, very casual.
Mm-hmm. The next type of offer is the continuity. So paying recurring. So this is Netflix, similar to Prime Video. This is Netflix. You pay once a month.
Mm-hmm.
What other types of examples?
Yeah. Speaking of Netflix, Sifu is actually working with a company. We're putting together a pilot, a reality TV show, and then we're going to pitch Netflix.
Oh, Sifu dropping bombs, man. Oh, wow.
Yeah, we're pitching to Netflix.
Netflix stock's about to go way up.
Yeah, so don't be surprised, right? If next year, I don't know how long this is going to take. It'll take some time because production, everything. But don't be surprised when you go to Netflix and you see Sifu's show. You see that. So that's the Denflex right there on Netflix.
That's awesome.
That's right.
Next up.
Mm-hmm.
So here there are 2 options for a monthly recurring payment. So on the one option, it's $219 a month. You get biweekly conversion sessions, biweekly traffic sessions. So this is for a digital marketing product to help people scale their businesses and predictably grow. And you get all this really cool stuff for $219 a month. However, you know what? If you don't want to pay that much, that's okay. There's a light version, which is a watered down, less expensive version. Now, when we say recurring, does that mean it's every single month? Or could it be every 3 months, every 6 months, or every year? It could be any of those things. It just means that it's time and time again. Now, the next example is a gym membership. Who here has a gym membership? If you don't, I hope you do. Me and Blake and Peter, we love going to the gym. We go together sometimes. But we're signed up every single month because it holds us accountable to go into the gym, right? So as you continue paying, okay, for those of you who go to the gym, there's a hard offer of the $3.50 to drop in or whatever it is, right? That's a hard offer. You pay one time. Versus the recurring, which is you sign up for a membership. Now the membership, it could cost less than the one time. I've seen some gyms where they will charge $20 for a drop-in and let's say $60 a month for a recurring membership. Now let me ask you, if you're a frequent gym goer, what are you going to do? If let's say you go to the gym 3 times a week, are you going to fork up like $300, $400 for the hard offer? Or are you going to pay for the membership? And the best part is, it doesn't matter if you show up or not, you're still going to have to pay. Right? So that's the power of a recurring membership. Offer type 4, the installment plan. For example, previously HTC was 3 easy monthly payments of $9.95, or if you invested immediately, you could get the hard offer for a discount. We'll talk more about pricing secrets very soon. Offer type number 5, early bird one-time discount. So let's say you're selling a live event and you want to, like, have you ever thrown like a dinner party or some kind of event where you have to know far in advance who's going to show up? Well, if you don't know, it's probably going to be very, very hard to put the event together. Imagine if you were putting on a dinner party 1 month from now and no one gave you an answer until a few days before. You would not be able to handle that, right? You couldn't get all the, couldn't get all the meal prep ready. You couldn't get all the food ready, all the desserts and everything because you don't know how many people are coming. So the early bird one-time discount, it encourages people to join your program, go sign up for your live event way early in advance. We'll discuss this later in a future training, but the power of scarcity and urgency is very, very important.
Now, with early bird, one of the reasons why this is so powerful is, let's say you're doing an event and you have 100 tickets you need to sell for that particular event. Now, instead of discounting, because when you discount the tickets, people might be thinking, well, you know what? Yeah, is it any good? Why are they discounting the tickets? And it doesn't really create urgency because the discount is a discount. I buy today, I buy the day before, it's the same. But when you use an early bird idea where, okay, only the first 20 tickets, you'll get, 20% off. Let's say the first 20 tickets. Oh, I want to make sure I get a 20% off because for people, they know they're gaining the same experience, but if they act early, there's a reward, right? There's a reward built in if they act early. Now that creates urgency. It's a very subtle thing, but it's very powerful. On the other hand, let's say your tickets, so hypothetically, let's say a ticket is $100. That's what you want to sell the tickets for. And you might do it the other way where, because let's say you get the 20% off, the early bird, the first 20, how much is that? 20% off out of $100. How much is that? Put in the chat. $80, right? So first 20 tickets is going to be $80. Now, after that 20 tickets, then the price is going to be, it could be, instead of 100, then you could say it's 110, even 120. Because you're giving some discount for the first 20. You want to make it up. So now the gap is even greater. So it feels that you tell them, so 120, so now you mark it up higher, and the discount seems bigger. So it's even more compelling. So that's a pricing strategy, which also ties into copy. Another way to do this, the first 20 people, they get an early bird special, plus they would get last year's recording of the best interviews we have done with the top speakers. Oh, okay, that's cool, right? That's a good offer, right? Or everyone gets that if you get a ticket before this date. You see how many ways we could different ways we can package. It all depends on how you think about the offer. Now suddenly it's much more compelling, right? Simply just a ticket event example. I could do a whole class. I can do a 7-week on just events, right? They are like probably 40, 50 ways, different ways you can sell an event, right? And they're probably 100, maybe 100 ways you could, different angles, with like buttons you can push to sell an event. Like it's a lot. There's a lot. Just on the event itself. Forget about the logistics of events. I'm just talking about selling the event, right? Offer number 6. Exclusive offer.
Sifu, and as we're going through this, keep in mind what an offer is. An offer is, put it in the chat, what is an offer? Product plus value. That's right. So what is value? As we go through the offer, each type of offer, remember, value is anything that makes the purchase or justification of the purchase easier. I'll say that again. Write this down. It's very, very important. Value is anything that makes the purchase or justification of the purchase easier. So as we're going through these offers and the different types, remember and think about how each type of offer provides a unique type of value and increases the perceived value. Offer type number 6, exclusive, only for certain people. Once a year, we have our annual Closers in Black event. And it, guess what? Right at the top there says for high ticket closers only. Now think about how valuable that is to be part of the only people who can get access to a certain type of event. How valuable would that be to be part of the select few, the elite, the minority? That the perception there is valuable. It's like, oh, well, why is that only for certain people? Why is it so exclusive? And you want to be part of that group, so you'll find a way to get in there. Yes, that is one of these secret desires. Be a part of the elite club. So why is this valuable? Because the perceived value is heightened and increased if it's only for certain types of people. By the way, who's going to Closers in Black? Put it in the chat. Awesome. I'll see you there.
And another point is when you are making an irresistible offer, it's nice you could use the different tactics, but it's way more powerful when it's real. It's way more powerful when it's real. So instead of just using a gimmick and say, okay, so in this case, does that mean, let's say Closers in Black, that anyone can attend and someone they stumble upon the page? No, our support checks on every single registration to see if you're actually part of the high ticket closer family. If you're not, they'll contact you and say, hey, you're not, love for you to come to an event, but you have to go through the program first. It's only for the students who are graduates from the program. You see what I'm talking about? So it's not a thing where, oh, yeah, you know, it says high ticket closures, but anyone can buy the tickets. No, it's not how it works. It's not how it works.
Offer type number 7. It's mixed.
It's
A
combination.
combination. That's right.
Combination. Right.
Of one or more of these.
You can combine early bird. You can combine with installment plan if it's a high ticket event, right? So you can mix and match some of these different tactics, right?
I've seen some events where you get to show up to the event for free, or for a very, so I think, okay, it's a 10K event, but you can show up for just a $500 deposit. And by the end of the second day, it's a 3-day event. By the end of the second day, if you don't feel like you've gotten your money's worth, at least double, then you don't have to pay the rest of the 10K. Now that's an offer.
And that's one of the ways if you are writing copy to sell an event. That's one of the, again, there's so many ways. I know because Alan used to run the largest event financial seminar company in Canada. That's all we do. We do events, right? And that's how I first learned about copywriting. So I have a very specific insights when it comes to events because that's how I got started. That's quite different from everybody else. But that goes beyond, like I said, the whole event marketing copy. It's a course on its own, which I have no plans of teaching anytime soon. It's not what I'm planning to do. But I just want you to know, even one specific area is you could go very much in depth. And you can focus on just mastering that one area. It becomes very valuable, very valuable. So we talk about the offer. We talk about the offer types. Let's talk about premiums and bonuses, right? How do you create more perceived value with that? So premium and bonuses secrets. Number 1, the power of bonuses, right? Just the power of bonuses. Why bonuses? Why bonuses? When done right, bonuses will increase the amount of people who purchase your product or service. And people like bonuses. We like extra things. We like extra gifts that it tells us, hey, we are getting a good deal. And bonuses make it irresistible. Remove people's excuse for not buying. And bonus help the client or customer get more results easier and faster. Maybe the core product, the core offer that you have, that's very, very good, but you have other ways and other things that you could help the clients, but it doesn't fit with the main offer. Does that make sense? So think of this for a second. I'll give you a perfect example. So think about HIC. We have the core of the offer, right? Which I'm taking you a little bit behind the scenes here. We have the core of the offer, which is the 7-week that we have, right? Now, but imagine we actually, you join the program, but you're not getting the bonuses, all the bonuses that we have. Now, how do you feel? Do you see how the offer is good, but it's not irresistible. It's not as compelling when there are so many other tools, right, that Seafood could offer you. We have the checklist. We have Alan's original letters, right? We have the headline templates. We have the subject lines. All those things, they are designed to help the students to get more results faster and easier, right? So they're not part of, it doesn't quite fit into the main offer, but the bonuses perfectly, it enhances the main product. In fact, let's see if I answer this question. How many of you invested in HIC because you wanted bonuses? See, put in the chat. There you go. So the bonuses work? Does it work? You bet. It works. It works. Now, what if the bonuses are the wrong kind of bonuses, such as, well, here you're going to get a 5-part videos on how to grow tomato in your backyard by one of the top tomato expert in the world. Like, you might like tomato, but like, well, Stephen, what's that got to do with like copywriting? What the hell is this? Remember, high focus value. High focus value. And sometimes bonuses, the perceived value is high, but actually it doesn't cost a lot to include. It doesn't, now it costs you a lot to put it together, like the pre-work, if it's a digital product. But the delivery doesn't cost a lot. What it takes is the effort in the beginning to put that together. You with me? Right? Secret number 2, addition versus subtraction. I love this one. I love this one because I see this a lot. Copywriters, they like to add stuff. And sometimes we do need to add stuff, right? How do you add more? I.e., like say a bonus talk with one of my leaders gave about how to get your first client. It's 3 hours, right? You can add more things. You could do that. But also I like sometimes subtraction. Bonuses that subtract. We're actually taking things away, right? Ed talked about this, just alluded to it. Expand on this, Ed.
So if you think about all the information that could be in a 3-hour talk from one of Sifu's HTM leaders, that's a lot of stuff. How are you going to know what to implement? How are you going to know what's going to give you the best results the fastest? So now imagine we take that talk, Sifu removes all the fluff, and he gives you one single page that has the exact 7 steps along with the script to get you your very first client. That subtracts additional information, cuts it down to the core so you can implement it and get the results faster, get more results faster and easier.
Now, here's a very powerful question you could ask when you're putting together offers, especially when it comes to bonuses, addition, and subtraction. Say it with me. How can you subtract, simplify, sequence, shortcut, or systemize their experience? How can you subtract, simplify, sequence, shortcut, or systemize their experience? So all the templates, all the tools within HIC, what are they designed to do? They're designed to shortcut your results. So Sifu doesn't have to give you the checklist. You could probably put together some form of checklist yourself if you want to, yes? You could probably put together something, right? May not be very good, but you're going to put together something that maybe you could use. And everyone would put together something, your own version of the checklist. Everyone would be a little bit different. But instead, here's a checklist, right? So everybody follows the same checklist. So we can systemize my experience and give that to you kind of on a silver platter. Because let's say I take out the headline templates, could you go read thousands of headlines and kind of see the common ones, how to, who else wants to, they laugh when you could probably spend, I don't know, maybe a few weeks to put it all together into a document of some sort of template that only you could follow and you can use in your career, yes? But man, it's going to take a lot of time, yes? It's going to take a long time, a lot of effort. Versus, okay, let me give you what I have and let's just use it. Right? Let's just use it. So it shortcuts your process, because if I have a long time to make you good, we could do that, but why? Why? I've only got 7 weeks. I gotta make you good in 7 weeks. Even that's not so easy. It would be easier if we don't have to deal with the lower self issues. This is why I spent the first 2 weeks covering the fundamentals. And 7 weeks is not a lot of time. It is not a lot of time, like for any learning. And we are like cramping a lot of in, and it's not 7 weeks. It's a weekly class for 7 weeks. It's not a 7-day everyday class. You understand? We're doing assignments every day, but the class itself, it's once a week with a lot of assignments in between, because it's about implementation, right? How many of you now can see? I mean, when I said the class is intense, it's intense, right? It's not a walk in the park. This is not, oh, we'll watch 30-minute video and whatever. It's not like that. It's not that kind of deal, right? It's intense.
Oh, by the way, Sifu, I saw a question in the chat of, so I want to clarify something. Addition and subtraction are two types of bonuses. So both of them are bonuses, but they serve different purposes. I just want to make that clear that they're both types of bonuses, but they're different types of bonuses. Addition adds, subtract removes, so you can implement more and implement faster with less information and clutter.
Good. Secret number 3, the types of bonuses. Let's talk about bonus formats. I'm going to give you a bunch of examples here. It could be a phone call, a consultation, PDF. It could be a physical item. It could be MP3 download. Now, some people still use DVD, right? Back then, a USB drive. You all remember back then we have cassette tapes, CDs, right? But now it's all MP3, it's all downloads, transcripts, live in-person events, online events. There are many, many bonuses. And there are many things I like digital format because it has high perceived value. At the same time, it doesn't cost a lot to deliver. You getting this? Right? And that's great. It doesn't matter. So you think about the supplement, right? The supplement, while the workout plan could be a PDF, the app could be a little software that people could download, which there's the initial development cost, but for people using it, it doesn't cost a whole lot of money. That could enhances the value of that particular supplement. That's great. Pricing. So we've talked about bonuses. We've talked about offers. Now let's talk about pricing. Now, when Sifu says there's a lot.
Oh,
okay?
man.
There's a lot. The different components. So when you sit down, when you are crafting the offer, go through some of these things first. Think about the bonuses. What are some of the bonuses we could offer? What are the different types of, how are we making the offer? The different types of offer. What do we do? Right? Gotta think it through a little bit. So pricing secrets. Any questions so far before we go into it? Let me see. Let me see some questions.
This is so good.
Is there any advice on how we research what the customers will prefer? Now, through the research process, you will have you will get different ideas, and your prospects, your customers will tell you different things. Let's say you survey hypothetically 100 people, and out of the 100 people, hypothetically, that 50 people tell you that they want A, B, and C. Okay. And then you have like 10 people tell you that they kind of want D, and you have another 5 people that tell you want E. And then there's some people that tell you they want F. So the DEF might not fit your main offer, but you could create bonuses that fulfills the needs of the DEF. Does that make sense? You could do that. So then you are not leaving anybody out. right? You're not leaving anybody. So, oh, I'm not getting that. No, you get that. It's the bonus, part of the bonus. Oh, great. I would buy that just for the bonus. You know you got an irresistible offer. You're very good with bonuses. When people say to you, when your customers say to you, well, I bought it just for that bonus. I don't care about anything else. I just want that one thing. Right? That's good. Then you know it's irresistible. Let's see.
I see some good ones here, Sifu.
Yes.
How do you know when you have enough or too many bonuses? When they stop being high value and completely focused on a single outcome
Mm-hmm.
or goal. That's
Mm-hmm.
when you know there's too many.
That's right. Is that a good question? Does irresistible offer equals money at discount? Absolutely not. Look at the Britney Spears Coca-Cola example. There's no discount, but it is an irresistible offer to the right audience.
Mm-hmm.
To a Britney Spears fan, that's not discount. When you're in a hotel buying an $8 Coca-Cola, there's no discount. In fact, you're paying 8 times the price that you could have gotten in a convenience store. But at that moment, at 2 a.m. in the hotel, you're thirsty, you don't want to go out, that is an irresistible offer to you. Goes back to that hungry market, right? You with me?
Yeah.
Okay.
What component has more weight on the offer? The bonuses, the price and terms, or the guarantee?
Wrong
Good question.
question. Wrong question. The
Hmm.
question, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Depends. All depends on the marketplace. What is important for them? Because for some market, the guarantee is very important, right? For some, the guarantee is not important. Let's say you go buy a Ferrari. There's no guarantee. There's a long wait list. To that market, exclusivity is important, right? Prestige is important. Not discount. Not downloads. So depends on who you're selling to. That's why market always comes first. And I know you get so excited. I can see even within Facebook group that you get so excited about the market sophistication. Every single thing that Sifu is teaching you is a mean to an end. It is a mean to an end. Don't get all hung up on that. In the beginning, I know you learn it, you're excited, right? You're trying to figure this out. And you're very tempted to try to apply every damn single fucking thing that you learned. I know that feeling. Don't. You try to, especially I know the analytical left brain, my students, right? Engineer type. This is like going into a fight and you know all the different ways of kicks and punches. You want to use all of them all at the same time. What would that look like? It's going to be a mess. Whatever you need, not more, not less, to get the job done. Sometimes you need that one kick and one punch. Sometimes you only need half a punch. Sometimes you need 3 punches. So forget trying to apply. Oh, I'm going to apply the pricing secrets. I'm going to apply all the questions, and I'm going to do all the offer, and then I'm going to figure out the market sophistication. No. Before I learned the art, a punch is just a punch. A kick is just a kick. After I learned the art, a punch is no longer a punch. A kick is no longer a kick. Now I truly understand the art. A punch is still just a punch. A kick is still just a kick. Bruce Lee is a smart philosopher. Very intelligent. What it means is, in the beginning, you're learning a lot of different things. So to you, a technique, when you don't know anything, you learn a technique, you're excited about it. Oh, now learn, because before you learn a technique, you don't know how to fight, you don't know how to throw a punch, you don't know how to throw a kick. You could, but you don't know the proper way of doing it. So when you learn it, now you learn the proper way of doing it. Right? Now your punch is no longer just a punch. meaning your punch is no longer the same as everybody else. The way you throw the punch, now you know how to use your body weight. You know how the angle of your elbow. You need how you hold that fist so you don't get hurt. Well, your punch is different from the normal people. So a punch is no longer a punch. A kick is no longer a kick. And now you know 30 ways to punch. You know 50 ways to kick. You'd have so many techniques. After you master the art, you go into simplicity, and simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Then you realize a punch is still just a punch. It takes one punch to get the job done. You don't need so many techniques. But how do you know when to use what? When is it to use that kind of punch in the right scenario? That's mastery. This is why knowledge is daily increase and wisdom is daily decrease. When you don't know anything, you need to learn a lot. When you know a lot, you still learn a lot. When you go through decades of this, then it's not about learning more. It's about cutting away the non-essentials. You need fewer techniques, but all those techniques are very, very good. It's got quality behind it, which, by the way, most people never get to. Most people don't even learn enough. They're far, far from mastery. Not even close. They don't even know what it looks like. So it's like the yin yang, right? Could I share one more quote with you from Bruce? But so far, but the way Steve explains it, does it give you a little bit more clarity? Okay. And this one will really fuck up your mind, but I'm going to give it to you. But sleep on this a bit, okay? Took me years to figure this out. Bruce Lee's martial art. I have this in my home. The yin yang, the JKD, his martial art, Jeet Kune Do, the sign. I'm going to say in Chinese, then I'm going to say in English. Okay? 以無法為有法，以無限為有限. Using no way as the way, having no limitation as limitation. Using no way as the way and having no limitation as limitation. So chew on that. Let's continue. 6 power pricing secrets. Lower prices. You could lower the price. You could lower the price. And in some cases, it's very valid. A lot of businesses use it, right? And that's fine. And sometimes there's time and place where you could lower the price. You want to blow out some inventory, or it could be a marketing strategy. Nothing wrong with that, just like the early bird. That happens too, right? But sometimes it doesn't mean more sales. You have to think about in the marketplace when you overdo it. And it's just like salt when you're cooking. A little bit of salt is good, too much salt is no good, right? Too much then gets to a point where the marketplace gets very skeptical. Like, why is this so cheap? So let me give an example. Let's say someone's selling a $200 Gucci belt for $20. Authentic, let's say $200 Gucci bag, you see that for $20. What is your first initial reaction? It's fake. It's a knockoff.
Everyone's yelling fake.
It has to be fake, right? Or they stole it of some kind, whatever, right? Why? Because there's a disconnect, value versus the price. And you get what you pay for, right? What you pay for. What if the same belt is $200 Gucci belt, now it's sold for $150? and it's selling through actually a Gucci store because they have a winter sale. How's that? Right? There you go. Then it's a deal. So there's a time and place, but be very, very careful when it comes to pricing. Okay. Number 2, discount pricing. Discount pricing. And one of the most important lessons that I have learned in copywriting, I love this one. It's so simple, but it's so good. It's so good. I'm going to teach you this. And from now on, you will not look at price the same way. If we're going to do discount, and there's a time and place, doesn't mean we never do it. There's a time and place, okay? If we're going to do discount, here's a powerful, profound lesson I've learned. Never, ever use percentage. Don't use percentage. People don't understand percentage. People cannot calculate percentage. So instead of saying 15% off, give them the exact dollar amount. $50 off. $100 off. You save $2,000. That's right. Make it simple. Do the, don't make them do the calculation. You see how when you look at something, you say, oh, it's 10%, 20% off. You're creating work for them. Now they got to think about it. You know, think about, so this, how much is this? How does it work? I don't know, right? A confused mind always says no. Instead of save this much, buy one, get one free. People get that. Buy one, get one free. Good. Right? I get that. Right? But don't make people calculate. Ed?
You already knew, Sifu. So, all right, HTC family, what if I could give you, I'm selling something. What if I could give you 12% off of this $83 thing? What do you say about that? Huh? What? Versus, what if I say, I'll give you $9.96 off of this $83 product? Would you be okay with that? There we go. That's the power of using dollars versus percent. People can't tangibly grasp a percent. And if they do, they had to work pretty freaking hard to get there. But people understand a dollar value. They know exactly, okay, 10 bucks is 10 bucks. So you're giving me $10 off of this. That makes sense, right? It makes it much simpler. The simpler we can make the sale, the easier, more seamless, and less resistance and less risk we can make the sale, the more sales you're going to make.
Here's a good question. How can you apply that in a clothing store for the entire store? See, most retailers are clueless when it comes to pricing. They're actually very, very bad copywriters. Very good, very bad, very good retailers, bad marketers. The first question, let's say someone was paying me $10,000 per hour. Let's say you own a retail store, you own a clothing store. You're paying Sifu $10,000 an hour, okay? I'm gonna help you out. You wanna sell more, increase sales, right? And you say, you wanna do a special discount promotion that you do. I said, cool. First question I would ask, what is your goal? Oh, want more revenue. Okay. First, I will look at what kind of what inventory you have right now you want to get rid of. Because I know you and I both know, before selling more, I know you're sitting on inventory that's costing you money. Why don't we get more out of what you already have before you buy new things, but now new inventory? Let's get rid of those. Okay. We're going to do a promotion. Instead of just saying we get 10%, 20% off, why not, if you want to get rid of this inventory so it free up more of your room, so you have better inventory coming in so you could sell more and a higher profit margin, why don't we do something, a promotion that increases the transaction size? So why not, if you say you've got a bunch of these shirts, right? Dead inventory you want to get rid of. Instead of doing, buy these shirts, 10% off, 10% off, why not just do a numbers? I know what it costs. buy 2 and get 1 free. Buy 3 and get 1 free. So immediately you're getting rid of 3 or 4 at a time. Very quick. So let's put that in a section there, right? I'll probably put that in the front to get people coming in. That's cool, right? What about ties and accessories? By the time they buy the shirt, they buy the pants. Then I would say something like, could be they need to buy cufflinks and t-shirts and all of those things. Then I would say you buy X amount of dollars, I'm going to give you, let's say $10, $20 coupon, depends on what it is. You spend X amount of dollars, I'm going to give you a $20 coupon that you could apply today towards accessories when you check out. Boom, because I know the margin on accessories. And now I'm selling those as well, right? And by the time you buy, if you spend more than $500, we are going to give you a membership card that is good for 1 year, and you're going to get all kinds of perks and VIP events and different things. You could come back and spend more money with us. Boom. It's not just a simple 10% off. That's a lazy fucking ass way of marketing. Then I would say, thank you very much. That's $10,000 for my time. But is this retailer paying for my time? No. No. I gave you that in 5 minutes, right? See the difference? Psychologist, strategist. And that's with no research. I haven't done anything at all. If I've done my research, I would probably have come up with something way better. Depends on the demographics, depends on the location, depends on who the clientele is. Like I could go on and on and on and on, looking at what they have. And within that hour, I would come up with a plan that would make them hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? You see a difference? Yeah, that's the strategist. Not 10%. So from the 10% to this. Now, I like this one because when it comes to price, right? If you kind of gamify it a little bit, right? You talk about this and I'll add my 2 cents as well.
For sure. So what do we mean by trivializing the price? Basically, we put the price, we break it down into such a way, which I'll give you a sample in just a second, where basically we say, look, you can spend this much money on this thing, or you can spend money on what we have. So for example, let's say it's less than a cup of coffee a day. So let's say we're selling let's say we're selling a monthly copywriting program, or a monthly like salescalls.com is actually $49, right? So what sounds more affordable to you? $59 a month or less than a cup of coffee a day? What sounds better to you? Cup of coffee, because in your head you go, oh, that's not a lot. I could dish out a cup of coffee a day. Wow. Another way of doing this is for whatever this is, like let's say again with the $59. Okay, well this product or service is $59. Here's what you can buy for $59. You can, fill up your gas tank. You can, take your girlfriend out for dinner. You can, buy a new pair of jeans. Or you can invest in yourself so you can start making more money. So next month, you don't even have to think about, having to make more money or whether you can afford going on a dinner date.
Now, you see this also sometimes those timeshare companies, when they're selling timeshares, they like to do this a lot, right? If you're thinking about paying, a 3-year or a 5-year plan, like that's a lot of money. But if you think about break it down into, isn't it worth it when you have, You can take your family to a dream vacation a couple of times a year at whatever destinations for only X amount of dollars per day. Oh, I can do that, right? That's easy. So it makes it easier for someone to kind of internalize the pricing, right? It makes it easier to say yes to, because especially when you're a big amount, you can compare it that way. And that's also another form of comparison. Now, there's a difference, right? When you break it down versus comparison pricing. So let's talk about that. Secret number 4.
Comparison. So you compare the price to other similar products or services in the same category or address the same needs. So here's an incredible example, which we're all very, very familiar with. So selling a weight loss pill could save you $70 a month on gym membership, right? So instead of the subscription to this supplement being $29 a month, in fact, you're saving $41 a month, because 70 minus 29 is 41. In fact, you're saving $41 a month on gym membership. So you're selling money at a discount. Another example, my other students have invested over $5,000 to get their hands on this book. You can have it today for just $995. So another great example is, okay, well, how much is high income copywriter? Put it in the chat. Great. And how much money does it have the potential to make you? A decent amount, right? Yeah. And what does high income copywriter program give you?
Mm-hmm. Now, the answer, by the way, let me just take a step back.
Sure, Sifu.
With HIC, how much potential, right? What kind of income potential that you have with HIC? The answer is 0 if you do nothing. Unlimited if you do something.
That's right.
0 if you do nothing. Unlimited if you do something. Realistically, 6-figure if you apply yourself. So it depends on who. Now, that could also be a very powerful way of offering the program. Imagine you see a Facebook ad, and Sifu is on camera. I talk about this. So how much this program would make you? I would say 0 if you do nothing. Or unlimited, because it's a skill set that you could use for the rest of your life. You actually apply what you learn. But I do have all these students have done 6-figure after they learned this skill. So imagine a video ad like this on Facebook. You see how it's very direct, but very honest. Not say, oh, not hype. No, if you did nothing, you're going to make 0. Oh, okay. Like now, it could be a very powerful piece of copy if you want to use it that way, right? So I also tell them up front, well, it's going to take some work. If you don't want to do any work, you don't want to learn anything, you want to push a button and money fall on your lap. This is not that kind of program. This is not cryptocurrency. It's not speculation. It's a skill. And a skill is something you need to apply and learn. Right there. That attracts the type of students that I want to teach. I don't want to waste my time with people who don't do anything. What's the point? Right?
Sifu, before we move on to contrast pricing, can we go back to the comparison real quick? Thank you. So comparison is, okay, HIC, before, as we said before, is 2.5K, 3K, whatever it is, right? And you have as long as you take action, as long as you are not a lone wolf, as long as you take action, you are consistently growing and learning your skills, you have unlimited potential and income. Now let's take school, for example. How long is school? What is it, 4 years? How much do you have to invest for that? 100K at least? And what's the earning potential right out the gate? 100K I don't know, for like some people say 0, capped, 60K. Okay, so we're seeing like between $20 an hour to, you know, 100K a year. But that's working at a 9-to-5 job, right? So let me ask you this. Let me compare the two. HIC is 3K. It gives you complete time freedom, complete flexibility, complete control over your schedule, your future, your time, and whatever you want to do. So you can do more of the stuff that means more to you while making a pretty damn good income, while having a highly valuable skill that changes lives and fulfills you. Or you could invest 100K. Oh, and by the way, HIC is only 7 weeks long. Or you can invest 100 plus K for 4 years of your life, and you graduate. And okay, let's pretend you, for whatever stroke of luck, you get $100,000 salary right out of the gate from college, which, by the way, is that really realistic for majority of people? I don't think so. But now, are you stuck in a corporate job? Are you stuck doing work that you're not fulfilled with? Are you able to live a life of freedom and enjoyment and be able to get direct control? Or do you have someone else telling you what you can and can't do, how much you can and can't earn, and tell you what you are allowed to do with your time, who you should spend it with, and what you should be doing? That's the comparison. Do you see how powerful that is?
And there are many ways you could use comparison pricing. And just let me share another lesson with you, has kind of outside of this a little bit. Most people, they take a very extreme point of view, okay? So it is either a 9 to 5, I have a job, or I have 2 jobs. How many have 2 jobs, by the way? You work 2 jobs, right? Long hours, you know, doing this. Or on the other extreme, I'm gonna sit in the beach and do nothing. It's very extreme. It's very, very extreme. Like it's like the 2 extreme opposite. And that's why they buy into, you know, all this like cryptocurrency, all this shit that's online, right? It's very extreme. But isn't that a happy medium? That when we say that you are a high income copywriter, aren't you putting in the time? Right? You're putting in the time, delivering value, writing in exchange of money. It's not like you're sitting on a beach and do nothing and just collect money. It's not what we're talking about. You're still trading your hours, your expertise, but for higher income, but also with more freedom. Yes? Right? And you enjoy what you do. So you still, I mean, we put in the work. Depends on how much you want to earn. That dictates how many hours you put into it and how fast you write. Yes? So for me, the way I look at it is this. I would rather, if I have a choice, same amount of money. Okay, let's say I'm making $100,000 a year. Same amount of money, 9 to 5 corporate world, or 9 to 5, 8 hours a day, or 10 hours a day, 6 days a week, working from home, making money with my high income skill. I would pick high income skill any day of the week, even though I work more. Why? Because it's financial confidence. I'm working with the clients I want to work with, right? I have flexibility. I don't have to commute, right? And I know as I get better, I could earn more. There's no limit to what I could grow, and I'll have more fun with, you know, my HGC brothers and sisters. I'll have more fun working in an environment and community that I like to work in, versus in the toxic, backstabbing, fucking like corporate environment. Even I make the same amount of money. Doesn't mean I don't put in the time. Do you understand what I'm talking about? I put in the time. It's a much better way for me to earn money. Even I earn the same amount of money. So it's not just how much money you make, it's how you make the money. Say it with me. It's not just how much money I make. It's how I make the money. Not all income is created equal. Not all income is created equal. It's how you make the money. It means, hey, you know what? If I'm traveling, let's say I'm on a cruise with my family, I could write a copy in the morning, maybe an hour, hour and a half. Then I have fun. Go on a cruise, like spend time with my family for the rest of the day. That's cool, right? That's cool. Or I just spend time with my family. When they all go to sleep, 9 p.m., 10 p.m., I'm going to write an hour copy and then go to bed. Or if I like, I'm just going to pre-write all the copy I need for that month for the clients, but just take 7 days off. That's cool. Okay, but the same amount of money that you earn from your job. But oh boy, does that feel different. You will never, ever hear from Sifu saying you make money with no work, because I work. I work. In fact, I work very hard. I probably work harder than most. So I'm not sitting on a beach and doing nothing. I'm teaching a fucking 6-hour class. I'm working. And this is not, by the way, this is not part of my work routine. Today's actually I do filming. That's when I do the filming work from morning to afternoon. This is like after. This is not part of my schedule, normal schedule day to day. So, but to me, it's very blurry. And that's the beauty about it. When your work and your play and all that becomes very blurry, that to me, it's good. It's not a bad thing. Truly is not. Forget the whole fucking work-life balance bullshit. Don't buy into that. That's a middle-class idea. Oh, I'm going to take a 2-week vacation. It's 9 to 5. It's 5 days. It's work-life balance after work. I'm going to not look at my phone. I'm just going to spend time with family, watch some poor TV, and that's my day. There's no such thing, right? Yeah, as my mentor said, Dan Penny, there's no such thing as the work-life balance. There's only work-life consequences, work-life choices, and their consequences attached to each one. When your life, when your work all becomes just part of what you do, and you enjoy doing it, and you have success doing it, and you love doing it, life is good. Like, is this sinking in? It's very important to me that you get this, because chasing the whole work-life balance, it hinders you. It prevents you from going to the next level because you're chasing something that doesn't exist. Just like financial freedom. Just like financial freedom. It doesn't exist. Let me give you one more example to really hit this home. Okay, let's bring this home. Let's say how many of you ever tried the whole work-life balance? That you tried to, you block out a time. I'm going to spend this much time with the family. I'm going to block out this time for my work. You try that, right? How did you feel when you're trying to control and have this work-life balance thing? What was the result? Frustrated, stressed, burnout. When you try to have balance, it failure, pissed, tired. But you're trying to work-life balance, right? Juggling act, right? It's always like reacting, right? Stretch. Isn't that interesting? All the things that we want, that we think work-life balance would give us. It actually gives us the opposite. It gives us less control, more stress, right? More frustration, more of the things that we don't want when we try to do it. Isn't that interesting? And even though you're trying to do it, you are doing your very best. You're trying to do that. But does that give you what you want in life? And how long could you sustain it? You try for a week, you try for a month. How many of you ever, when you were little kids, you know how you played those, you have like two kids, like one sitting on a board, one sitting on one side, one sitting on the other side, and you can, what do you call those things? Seesaw, yes, seesaw, right? Like you push up and then the other kid go like up and down, up and down, up and down, right? Seesaw, thank you. So imagine a seesaw, little kid, imagine you were a little kid and you're playing with other kid, right? You're sitting on this seesaw and the whole damn thing is perfectly balanced. It's like flat, perfectly balanced. Are you having fun on the thing? Not moving at all. It's perfectly balanced though. That's what most people are trying to do. And they wonder why their life doesn't work. Right? It's not how life works. You got to have a little bit of that energy, momentum, up and down, up and down. Doesn't mean we have the roller coaster emotionally. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about aiming for that perfectly balanced life, just like perfect copy. It doesn't exist. It's a myth. Forget it. Forget it. Don't aim. You would be so much happier. So much happier. Listen to Sifu. Listen to me, okay? So much happier when you don't pursue financial freedom and just pursue financial confidence. Why? Because you will get the income, you will get the freedom, you have the peace of mind, and it all comes from within, not outside of you. It's all inside of you, and you get growth and you get contribution. All the basic human needs that we need as a human being. Fulfilling yourself like emotionally, but also it's financially rewarding, but also emotionally rewarding. And you don't aim for work-life balance and just have work-life integration. Your life would change completely. Forget work-life balance, just have work-life integration. That your work is your life and your life is your work. It's very blurry. So I'm teaching, am I working? Kind of, but not really. Right? I'm traveling, I'm relaxing, having fun, but I'm also having business meetings in between. Maybe I'll do some filming. It's all blurry. It's all work-life integration. So then I'm not trying, I'm not struggling, I'm not trying to juggle. It's all just part of living. When it's all just living, there's very little stress. Because I'm not trying to control something that's not supposed to be controlled. And when I don't get that all frustrated and pissed off when this seesaw up and down, because I know it's always a choice and say, hey, you know what? I'm going to take some time off and recharge. Or I'm going to put in more time because I'm building something, I'm growing, I'm in the phase of growth. It's time to put in more effort. There's no guilt. It's all a matter of choice. Do you see how profound this is? How liberating this is? Especially for mentees. Ladies, your mom, your wife, trying to juggle, try to balance this thing, it will drive you crazy. Don't bother. Because it will never be balanced. You could balance for a day. You definitely cannot balance for a year. So don't even try. Don't even try. Right? Forget it. Forget it. But instead of, you know what, just work-life integration. I am a mom, but I'm also working from home. I'm a copywriter. I'm making money, right? I'm doing what I love to do. I take care of my kids, right? You choose. You choose. And the best way, I believe, to nurture and raise up good kids is not just spending time with them. It's not just spending time, it's being a role model. Being a role model. You may be thinking, and that's very much the concept I think people don't understand is, it means that you got to sit there, watch the damn like Frozen 3 times with your kids. You know what I mean? Like, it's okay. But that doesn't, just like watching Frozen 3 times with the kids, that doesn't necessarily make you a good parent. Wouldn't it be better if you teach them early on some of the things that I'm teaching you? Yes. Teach them some life principles, teaching them skills, teaching them confidence. Get them to do some work early on. Share with them what you're learning. Teach them copy. You print out all those swipe files, let them 3-hole punch it. Put them in a binder, organize it. Get them involved. Kids are so smart, right? Get them involved. So by the time they may be from little kids to now teenagers, just how much further ahead in terms of mindset they would have compared to all the kids the same age, right? Now you're giving them an edge in the world. Oh, now they have no competition because everybody's fucked up. Everybody's fucked up. And they go in this world, my goodness, right? They understand themselves. They know how to communicate, right? They have clarity. They know the value of skills. They're not chasing work-life balance. It's always work-life choice and integration. They're not chasing financial freedom. They know how to focus. They know how to schedule the time. They understand productivity. They know how to set goals. They do affirmations. That's a pretty good kid, if you ask me. If you ask me, that's a pretty good kid. They can do whatever they want to do. Doesn't have to be being copywriting. They could pursue whatever career. I'm very confident they will be successful, whatever they do. That's being a good parent. See, it's not just spending time. It's not just spending time. Seriously. Right? This turns into a parenting course. Number 5, contrast.
High-ticket parents, baby.
Contrast pricing. Contrast pricing. A little bit different from comparison pricing, right? Let's say we would talk about the higher price options first, alternatives, right? The value of the whole offer, and then we contrast with, well, this is how much it's worth, but this is actually how much the investment is. How much investment is. So from that to this, right? So example, take HIC. I like to use example that that you understand because you're in it. So Seafood likes to do the comparison. My time, $10,000 per hour. 5-6 hours of my time per class. That's contrast pricing. Contrast pricing. So it gives someone an idea, wow, okay, there's a lot of value. But if you don't compare, you don't contrast for them, they don't know. People don't know.
Hey, Sifu, can I add one more thing?
Yep.
So remember earlier when we were going over the components of the perfect closing script, and you guys said I asked you how much do you think all this would be worth to you to make, an extra $2,000 a month with your first client. You said 10K, 5K, 3K. But when I said it was just $299, you all freaked out because the value was so high in contrast with the actual price. So that's the power of contrast pricing. You build up and it's an advanced concept, but you anchor the price to a higher amount. And then when you see what the real price is, you go, wow, I'm ready.
In action. So not just how much is it worth to them and the value. Now let's go the opposite. The opposite. In action. How much does it cost them for not taking action today? So when you're writing copy, think about price of inaction, wasted money, time, resources. Ask yourself the question when you're writing copy, what would happen if the prospects don't take action today? Right? Will they keep losing money in their business? Let's say you are selling digital marketing services. If they don't hire you, how much would it cost them? Yes, that's correct. Opportunity cost, right? Or let's say you are selling a dating program, right? How much would it cost them if they keep getting rejected by girls? How much would it cost them? How would they feel if they remain single for a long time? Very often, it could be in terms of the PS, write it down, the PS, or in the closing section, the call to action, you sprinkle in a couple of these, the cost of inaction. That would push your prospects over the edge and say, damn, I got to do this. I got to do this. Very powerful motivator. Because you've already talked about all the benefits. Now, what happens if you don't do something? Now, remember, even within the HIC webinar, Sifu uses this technique. At the end, if you remember, I'll bring you bring you back to the webinar, kind of refresh your memory. I said this. So now you understand how high income copywriting works. You've got two choices. You could take everything I've shared with you and do nothing. Doing the same thing again, nothing changes, right? Life stays the same. Or life will be different. Life stays the same or life will be different. So in the introductory class, the webinar, I talk about this. So that's exactly inaction. What would it cost you if you don't do something? Does that make sense? Very powerful. Can you see yourself using this in your copy, in your PS, right? Throughout the copy. Don't overdo it, but the right amount, just the right paragraphs. Awesome. Very, very effective. Very effective. Same thing with, let's say you're selling a weight loss product. How could you use this? Tell me, put in the chat. The cost of inaction. A weight loss product. Keep gaining more weight. Cost of health bills, diabetes, heart attack. Ooh, scary, right? Declining health, lower life expectancy, yes. Rejection, early death, like those are pretty, right? Those are pretty heavy emotions, right? Think about it. Depression, right? Ed, here's a little quick test for you, okay?
Oh no.
Give me 2-3 questions we could ask for a weight loss product, like some pain, some inaction.
Oh, okay. I like this question. That's a good question.
Give me 3
I
on
like,
the spot.
I like
Go.
pain. If you So now you have two options. You can invest in yourself and your future and being able to live longer and healthier and happier and lose off that fat that's just been nagging at you for months. Or what would happen if you don't take action, invest today? Would you be okay knowing that you may not live to see your grandchildren if this continues? Would you be okay with knowing that you're causing disharmony and problems with your significant other because of your snoring, because of your weight? How is that going to set an example for your children if you continue having these unhealthy eating habits? What are they going to be like? Do you want them to live happy and healthy and live a long, strong life? Or do you want them to end up like you?
Ooh, pretty strong, right? Like, ouch. Like that's like, ugh. So they're thinking about it. Should I buy? Should I not buy? You hit them with 2 or 3 of these. Now you know also one thing that that I've learned in copywriting. You know your offer is very good. Write it down. See if it's giving you a big one here. You know it's very good. Is they cannot sleep. Your prospects lose sleep even if they don't buy. That's when you know you've got a very good offer. Your copy is very, very good because now it bothers them. Your copy has done something. It shifts the beliefs. It expands the world. Now maybe they're not ready to buy, or it's not within the budget, but they would feel bad not buying. Now they're thinking, oh man, shit, should I do it? Should I not do it? They're thinking about it. No, maybe, I don't know, right? That's when you know you got something very compelling, that they feel bad for not buying. And they keep thinking about it, keep thinking about it, keep thinking about it. That's a compelling offer. That's a compelling offer. So you have to ask yourself, whatever you're selling, is it that compelling? Would your prospects lose sleep over it if they don't buy right now? It bothers them. They feel bad because they know how transformational this product is going to be. How great it's going to be. They know how great it's going to be, but it could be a money issue. It could be a timing issue. It could be something that in the life they've got a lot going on that holds them back, but they think about it. It's nagging. It's okay. I got to figure a way. I got to figure a way. I got to figure a way. Then you know it's good. It shouldn't be a pleasant thing. Oh, well, I don't buy. What's the big fucking deal? It shouldn't be like that. That means the offer is not very good. With me? This means it's not very good. They don't buy, it's no big deal. It means we haven't done our job as a copywriter. Right? No paying, no sell. No paying, no sell. Three reasons why someone doesn't buy. Not perceived to be valuable enough. Too much risk involved. Number 3, they don't trust you enough. Not perceived to be valuable enough. Perceived value. Too much risk. Sometimes they want it, they like it. But what if it doesn't work? What if it doesn't work? They don't trust you enough. So even though there's perceived value, right? You're removing all the risk. But if they don't trust you enough, or they trust your brand enough, they're still not going to buy. They're not going to buy. Assuming you made the offer irresistible, valuable, and using what we talked about today. So how do you reduce the risk? How do we remove the risk from the prospects? Just put the risk on our shoulders. That's right. You got it. Guarantee, right? We need to remove objections and fear of concerns that people have of buying. And most people, they're afraid the thing doesn't work, or they're afraid that they're not going to make it work, right? When you're selling a weight loss product, most people, the problem is not they don't believe in the product. The problem is they only believe in what? Themselves. What if I don't get the results you promised? What if I want a refund? Right? Can I send the product back? So we need to overcome like a lot of these common faults, issues that people have, like all these things. Like what if my iPhone breaks? Is there a warranty? Well, iPhone is smarter than that. iPhone doesn't just give you a warranty, they sell you a warranty. Right? So if you want a warranty, extra. Great. And most people never, I buy my warranty, I never fucking use it because I get a new phone every year. That's like free money to Apple. I don't use it, but it feels bad if you don't buy it, because what if during that 1 year something fucking breaks? But I'm getting a new phone every year anyway. So you see, it's like it's a great upsell. It's a great upsell. It's great, and I love. It's not warranty. What's it called when you buy Apple product? What's it called? It's not called warranty. They don't call that. Oh, do you want a warranty, sir? Right? No, Apple Care. That's good copywriting. Apple Care. Beautiful. Good copy right there. Right? Like it has, like that too, those two words. Why is it so good? Tell me, why is it so good? Two meaning, yes. Yes. So Apple cares about you, your product, your experience, right? Apple Care, right? What else? In case something happens, we're here to take care of it, right? We're here to take care of it. And it's a unique mechanism. Damn, it's a unique mechanism. Oh, here's our 2-year warranty plan. They could easily say that, but here's Apple Care. You want that? Would you like some of that? And you say, sure. Never gonna fucking use it, but give me some. Right? Sign me up. Sounds good. Right? Great. Like, I don't know the exact numbers, but I am pretty certain that Apple Care generates a shitload of profits. Because it's all profits. It's all profits. Most people never use it. Most people never redeem it. I'm one of those people. Right? All profit. It will be interesting to see what percentage of the people go for Apple Care. How many of you go for Apple Care? I'm just curious. It's a quick survey. Let's see. Yes. Some yes, some no, but looks percentage pretty high. It's almost a good, I don't know, half of you guys. Mm-hmm. Well, whatever the percentage is, it's very profitable. It's very, very profitable, especially if you ever had anything, an experience where you broke the phone or something like that, or something like malfunction that didn't work when you brought it back. Now you're Apple Care client for life. Now every single time. Now the Apple Care only covers the damn thing you just bought. So you buy another item, you got to buy another Apple Care. Right? So you got to buy multiple of these. It's not like life insurance, right? It covers kind of everything. Something happens, right? No, it just covers that damn product. Pretty smart. Pretty smart. Do you think the copywriters at Apple, do you think they're good copywriters? You bet. Do you think the copywriters who wrote the video script to sell the product are good copywriters? Do you think the copywriters who write the presentation for Cook, do you think that person is a good copywriter when they do product announcement, which is product pitch? Do you think that's a good copywriter? I wonder how much they get paid to do that. A lot of money. A lot of money. A lot of money, there's no doubt. A lot of money. Because Apple is a marketing company. It's a design product, but it's very much a marketing company. They value marketing, right? Also, we need to remove any on all the risk the consumer may experience and take it on us, the seller, right? How do I know this isn't a scam? How do I know you won't just take my money and run? People still believe that, believe it or not. Like, how do I know you won't just take my money and run? People still believe in that shit. That's crazy. So what do? You already know the answer. How do we remove the risk for the prospects? Guarantee. Guarantee. And there are many different types of guarantee. And this is the last chunk that Sifu is going to teach you tonight. The 5 types of sales guarantee, sales inducing guarantees. In terms of offers, in terms of guarantees, we could go a lot more in depth, but then the class would become too long. And I believe you don't need, I don't want to give you 30 different ways, like teaching you 30 different ways to punch when you can learn the basic 4 or 5 punches and get the job done to start off with. I could teach you 30 ways to write guarantee. I could teach you 47 ways to do offers. But I want to keep it simple enough and give you kind of the essentials so you could get started. Last thing I want is you get overwhelmed and you don't get started. You don't take action. I want to give you enough to get the job done. You start taking action. And you learn more when you're writing anyway. When you're working with clients in the real world, then you learn more as you go versus you get overwhelmed. Oh, 30 ways to do a guarantee. Oh my God, which one should I use? How about just 5? Right? 47 ways to do offers. How about just like 5, 7? Let's do a couple. Right? Get it started. As I mentioned, any of these things I could go so much in depth that it doesn't do you any good because it's doing you a disservice, except it shows how much I know, but it doesn't serve you. Does that make sense? It doesn't serve you. Any one of these topics, I could totally do a course just on guarantee. Not a class, a course just on guarantee. How do you write them? How do you make them? Different ways to make them, the different types, and then boils down to language. I mean, we could go nuts with just one thing, right? It's not the point. It's not about how much you know. It's not about just, oh, I know so many ways to do this. No, if it's effective, 4 or 5 ways, the main ones, pick one of these. So when you're writing copy, what Sifu wants you to do, just pick one of these. Just get started. Say it with me. Say it with me. You don't have to get it right. You just have to get it going. You don't have to get it right. You just have to get it going. You don't have to get this right. In fact, you're not going to get this right, perfectionist. You're not going to get this right. You're going to fuck it up. You just have to get it going. Perfect. That's perfect. You're not going to get it perfect, but that's perfect. Guarantee number 1, conditional guarantee. Conditional guarantee. In sales, in marketing, very common is a conditional guarantee. How many of you ever bought anything from retail, right? You can bring it back if you haven't, let's say you buy a shirt or buy some clothes, right? If you haven't cut the tag, right? If you bring the thing that's like still unused, right? A pair of shoes. Yeah, it's a conditional guarantee, right? Now, this is very good. If then. If then, write it down. If then. If you don't lose at least 5 pounds in the next week, then send an email to my support team and we'll refund your money. If, and then this would happen. This also could be a very interesting way. Now, guarantee doesn't mean you always put it in at the end. Sometimes you do. All depends. If it's a very strong guarantee, sometimes when we do the offer, we put that right up front. But if then, this is a very good way to sometimes write an opening paragraph. So if you're looking for blank, if you're struggling with blank, if you're frustrated with blank, then this will be the most important message that you ever read. Right? And this is exactly what you need. So if, then. If blank, then I believe you'll find this article or this message very useful and very helpful. I believe that you get value from this message, or I believe you get value from what I'm about to share with you, ... If, then. Okay. I wouldn't use it in the main headline. I would see sub headline sometimes, but I like to use if, then in body copy. That's just my Sifu's preference, right? Guarantee number 2, conditional, no, unconditional. So we have conditional guarantee, conditions, unconditional, right? Unconditional guarantee. So again, use an if then example, right? If you don't like the product for any reason at all, right, then send an email to my team and you get your money back. Give an example of in retail that you've seen this before. In retail, you're buying it from a store, they have an unconditional guarantee. Give me an example. Costco, yes, very good. Amazon, very good, right? Nordstrom, yes. Love of Nordstrom. Nordstrom's phenomenal. Nordstrom. Apple, 14 days, yes. So it's unconditional. Unconditional. When a company like that kind of size is offering unconditional guarantee, when you're selling to the masses, it's very common, just like our pay later offer. When you're selling to the masses, B2C, business to consumer, unconditional is very powerful because they've already budgeted in a certain amount of money, knowing they're going to get ripped off, knowing there's some asshole going to refund the shit for no reasons at all. They know that already. If they factor in that cost, they know a certain percentage of the customers are going to take advantage of the guarantee. So for bigger companies, they don't care. To them, it's just there's a cost of marketing. They know they're going to get so many more customers as a result of this guarantee. So selling to masses, if the company is big enough, no problem. This usually doesn't work so well when you are selling high ticket, or when you are selling with a smaller company. It doesn't work so well, right? But sometimes you do have to offer it because it depends on the law, depends on what you're offering. You do have to offer that in some cases, right? I like to do could be a unconditional for a period of time, right? And then it's conditional after a period of time. That's one way to do it as well. Guarantee number 3, money back plus. I learned this actually from Alan many years ago. So they get the money back plus certain rewards. So you refund their money plus you give them something on top of the refund. I've seen offers where we'll refund double your money back, which is the double your money back guarantee. Usually with conditions though, right? With certain conditions. Otherwise, again, people will take advantage of it. We'll refund your money back and include an Amazon gift card as a thank you for giving us a try. We refund your money back and include a Starbucks gift card as a thank you for giving us a try. Right? Very powerful. When you do something like this, again, don't take it personally. You're going to get a percentage of the people who will take advantage of it. It's human nature. Some people are just bad, right? That's okay. But you might get 20, 30, 40, 50%, or 100% more sales as a result because the guarantee is so strong. So it depends on the offer, depends on who you're selling to. If I'm selling to, example, so mass market, if I'm selling to, however, something that's exclusive, let's say I'm selling a premium product like Hermes bag or something like that. Well, there's no fucking guarantee. There isn't shit. You're happy if you get one, right? A lot of the high-end brand. You're just happy. You're grateful that you get one. Just isn't a guarantee, right? So think about how you could apply. Can you see why you need to understand strategies? Because it affects all these things. So Seafood doesn't want to give you an answer. Oh, you always do this, or you don't always do that, or you got to have to do it this way. It's very dynamic. It depends on the market, depends on market sophistication, depends on the offer, depends on who you're writing for. There's so many factors. If someone has a great brand and they have a lot of credibility in the marketplace, the whole money back guarantee becomes less important. For someone who's brand new, who doesn't have a lot of credibility, right? They try to penetrate the marketplace and grab some market share. Well, then maybe guarantee becomes the fastest way to cut through the noise and get in the marketplace, right? And for some businesses, think about the Domino Pizza, right? Hot, fresh pizza delivered to your door, 30 minutes or less, or your money back. They built a whole entire fucking business on a guarantee. They built a huge company on a single thing. Powerful. Good for them. Great. Right? That's one way to do it. Right? But it doesn't mean that's the only way to do it. Right? FedEx, same thing. We need absolutely positively has to be there overnight. Powerful words. Powerful words. Guarantee number 4, performance-based. Performance-based. So they get the money back if they don't get a promised result, right? Let's say you are selling a course on salary negotiation. Okay, take the course. If you don't see at least a $5,000 increase in your monthly salary, we'll give you your money back. Selling to middle management. That's an example, right? That's an example. Performance-based. What is the difference between performance-based and conditional? Performance-based meaning that if they don't get the certain results you promise, they're going to get their money back, right? They're going to get their money back. Conditional could be, you know what, you could not bring this back if you've used this product already, right? You worn out the shoes, so you bring it back. Oh, that's conditional. Only if you bring back in certain conditions, they will give you your money back, like undamaged, perhaps, right? Make sense? Okay. You can also mix them. Guarantee number 5, you can always mix them. You could do a conditional with unconditional. It could be 30-day unconditional, and then after 30 days, you give you another 60 days of conditional, or 60 days of performance-based. Yes? Making sense? So mixed one of these two. Here's an example. Performance-based plus time-based plus money back plus key premiums. If you don't have a day with at least 3 new guys out, by the way, Ed wrote this one. Right? If you don't have, actually, Ed, you say it.
Yeah, so this one is a dating product for women. If you know who Matthew Hussey is, this is for you. If you don't have a date with at least 3 new guys in the next 60 days, send my support team an email and we'll give you double your money back. Not only that, you get to keep the bonuses as a thank you for giving us a try.
Boom. Boom. Right? And Matthew, great. I mean, some good copy. Perfect. Very strong guarantee. It's got multiple things in there.
Can I
Next
just
question you might have is,
share a quick tip right there?
Go ahead.
Sifu? I was gonna say, like, having like a really strong guarantee is really great. But what I've seen done really well is when the sellers actually really showing that they understand what the person is going through. How can I say this? When you demonstrate that you understand what your client is going through, like the example I'm thinking about is like this risk reversal that Jay Abraham did, right? He was coaching this real estate agent. If you guys know real estate agents, like all real estate agents are pretty much the same. Like it's very, very, very hard to differentiate if you're a real estate agent, right? Like maybe let me ask you guys, can you guys tell one real estate agent apart from another? Yes or no? No, not much. Really, like really, it's really, really hard to differentiate, right? So what Jay did was he was coaching this guy on how to create a guarantee. So his guarantee was pretty much like, okay, he was telling the real estate agent, right? He's like, okay, real estate agent, this is what you're gonna say to your prospect. Mr. Prospect, like I can promise you that I'm one of the most I'm gonna take care of you better than any other real estate agent out there. And to show you that I care, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna promise to take you to every single house that you wanna see. And I'm gonna put you in the best situation that you could possibly want. And if you move into a place and you put an offer down to a house and you move into a place and you don't feel like that house is right for you, then what I'm gonna do is I can't refund your money because like that's just too much. But what I can promise you is that I'm going to spend as long as it possibly takes, 3 months, 6 months, or the next year going with you to every single house in a new area that may be more appropriate for you. And on top of that, I'm also going to give you $500 in a moving fee, right? Just to show you that how much I actually take care of my clients. So that was a guarantee. Imagine a real estate agent telling you that versus just somebody else, right? Although, like, who's really going to take him up on that offer? I doubt anybody actually will. But the fact that you're demonstrating, like, a guarantee comes down to, like, you understand what your prospect is going through and you understand, or a lot of it could be, this is another strategy, right, of how you can think about structuring a guarantee. It's you're making them feel like you understand what they're going through, what they actually care about. And a lot of times, like, why do we have to offer them more than just your money back? To me, money in this day and age, money back guarantee is a given. That is like a bare minimum. Like you can't just say that, especially when you're working with copyright clients. Oh yeah, you can get your money back if it doesn't work. Who cares? Like that's already a given. Like you have to understand what the prospect is going through. They have like not just money on the line. What else do they have on the line? They have a lot, right? You have to think about it. Yeah, they have their reputation, they have their time, they have ego risk, they have relational capital risk, like we talked about earlier, right? Like they have to talk to their spouse and convince their spouse or their business partner. Imagine you're closing a client, right? I'll work with you as their copywriter. What do they have to do? Well, they have to convince their business partner why the last 10 copywriters they hired failed, but you are suddenly going to work. Your copy is suddenly going to be that much better than the last ones. So you have to really understand what is at stake for the person and for the end customer or clients. That's super, super important. Just want to add that in there.
Let's say you are a real estate agent and you use that offer, the irresistible offer, and you say, yep. So if you move into a house that you don't like within the first year, I'm going to help you sell the property, and I'm going to give you $500 of moving fee. You might even throw in, if you move into a house that you don't like, if I have to help you find another house, I'm not going to charge a commission, hypothetically. That's an example. If you do go to another place.
Exactly.
Now, but what if, Sifu, I do this and there's some fucking assholes actually take advantage of me, pretend you're a real estate agent, and they actually help them find a home. They spend a lot of time and they move in and they say, no, I don't like this place. I want you to find another place for me. And you say you're gonna promise me you're gonna pay me $500 a moving fee. What do you say? What do you say? Here's what you say. You say, hallelujah. You say, this is awesome. Because he's what he was going to do. I'm going to help them find a new place. I'm going to pay the $500. And all I want, it is a video testimonial. And I am going to put that in all my fucking marketing. I'm going to be like, you know what? When I saw this is the prospect, the client we were talking, I saw this guarantee about helping me find a place. I actually moved to a place, and Dan helped me do that, and he actually paid me the $500 moving fee. In fact, here's a receipt paid by him, $500. You see, it's real. He walks the talk. I'm gonna use that testimonial for 30 fucking years, as long as I'm in the business.
Boom.
You see how you turn something that maybe, it kind of sucked. No, it's good. It is very good. It is fantastic.
Something I see a lot that actually every time I read it, even though I'm a marketer, I always quote unquote fall for myself, is that whenever they have like a crazy, outrageous like guarantee like that, and in the copy they say something like, I've been in this business for 15 years, I've served 5,000 clients, I've had less than 4 people take me up on this offer because my service is that good.
No, everybody knows it's not going to be perfect. This is why even online reviews, it shouldn't be all positive, right? If it's all like 5-star, let's say you talk up like a Yelp or something like that, you were thinking of going to a steakhouse. If it's all perfect, all 5-star, you're like, I don't know, right? But you got some 1, some 2, some 4, some 3, mostly a 5. Let's say mostly a positive. Wouldn't you be more comfortable? Like, okay, I mean, some people maybe don't like the way they cook the steak. Normal. They're not gonna please everybody, right? Now versus this is the greatest steak I've ever had, right?
Then it looks kind of fake.
Yeah, it looks kind of fake. No, I want some 1-star, because anything that's good, you're gonna have someone there who hates it. Not everybody likes an Apple product. Some people like Androids, right? Somebody likes Samsung. Some people just don't like Apple products. That's fine. It's a free market. That's the beauty of it.
We call that, by the way, a damning admission. If you guys want to nerd out about that.
Oh, I have a quick story I want to share. Oh, we're really behind, but let me wrap this up. It's a good story on damage admission. So I can't name names because I signed an NDA. So back then I was writing copy for a pretty famous person, okay? And he had this home study program that he was offering, okay? And it's on marketing. And the program, I was writing the emails for it. We were selling it for $497. Back then, it was like some CDs, some DVDs, right? $497. And for $497, we were selling it. And we have a very strong guarantee. So we're turning into, like, we have strong guarantee, and we do get some packages sent back. Okay. Not a big percentage, but we do get some. And so this is the damage admission. So write it down, damage admission technique. So we get all those inventory and we just throw it away, right? We just throw it away. We get whatever percentage because we were selling it quite a lot online. So we would just throw it in garbage. And one day I was thinking about, well, what are we doing with all these products, right? And they kind of were sitting there, and some of them are in good conditions. Some of them have never been opened, actually. And I thought to myself, why don't I craft a couple emails, send it out to the list, and see what happens? And we're going to give them a discount. I'm going to tell them that these are not brand new products. These are people who have bought the product. They don't like it. They send it back. And honesty is always the best. And you tell them, and I'm going to give you, $200 off. 297. So it's a 497, it's 297. And we don't have a lot of those. And you know, when you get it, it's not going to be perfect. Maybe, you know, the corner is going to be bent, but everything works. So the CD, DVDs, all that work, but the paper might be a little, you know, it's not going to be, the binders, not going to be perfect condition, right? Not going to be perfect condition. All right. I did that technique for him. We send out the emails. We clear out the entire inventory with 3 emails. In fact, it was so profitable, that campaign. It was more profitable than anything we've ever done, right? And the margin is there. Although we're giving $200 off, but we were selling so much more. That became the main campaign. So the minute someone opts in, we make them the offer 497, 497. Very quickly, it turns into a sequence of campaigns of damage omission. And that's all we focus on. So my client was saying, hey, you know, let's take some of the brand new products, right? Let's roughen them up a bit, like brand the corner, throw them on the floor, like just rough them up and ship them out because we were selling so much of this product, right? It's awesome, right? It's crazy how great this is because when we were selling the new product, it was at the discount 297. People get the product. You're like, well, looks like brand new. It is brand new because we run out all the used inventory, the return inventory. We were sending them brand new courses, and people said, "This is amazing. I don't see, like, did you send me the wrong thing? And like, aren't they supposed to be damaged? This is too good." So then we gotta like, you know, make sure some pages are missing and tear it up a bit and ship it. And people, oh, this is perfect. This is great, right? Damage omission. It was a great little project that I worked on, and that 497, and we were selling a ton of them at the $297. Like, I'm talking about multiple in sales, like hundreds of percent more, not like 10-20%. I'm talking about it, like a whole new level because of this client who has a lot of back ends, a very good back ends. So that offer becomes the 297, a very nice front end offer that he has. And on the back end, the additional products at a high price point, he was able to accumulate a bigger list, but attract way more clients way faster. Took his company to a whole new level. So it might be a very powerful way to do this. Can you see yourself kind of testing this technique a bit for clients? It is some kind of damage. Just, hey, you know what? You're going to get a deal, right? You're going to get a deal. And people love that. They're like, oh, yeah, okay, sure. And you tell them that, hey, it's not going to be perfect, right? It's not going to be perfect. It's going to be, 80% good condition. If you're okay with it, it doesn't affect. And I remember when I wrote the email, I tell them, when you get the boxes, it's going to be a little bit crumpled up, but we promise you all the CDs and the DVDs, they all play. They have no problem. If they have a problem, just send us back. We'll give you a new disc, but everything else works, right? So how do you know what bonuses, price, terms, and guarantees you should use? Ed?
Well, the easiest way to do that is to, on the next slide, find out what your top direct and indirect competitors are doing and create a blue ocean for yourself. Create a what for yourself? A blue ocean. So what is the difference between a direct competitor and an indirect competitor? A direct competitor is someone who offers a very similar product or service as you. An indirect competitor is someone who offers a very different product or service, but scratches the same itch. So let's say you teach people how to make more money. So your direct competition would be other people selling online courses, other consultants and coaches. So let's say you want to sell the HIC program. Some of The competitors would be, people selling the drop shipping courses, or other people selling copywriting courses, or people selling how to be a consultant or a coach, right? So an indirect competition would be the school system, social programs, apprenticeship programs. So as we mentioned earlier, you can either, to make more money, you could go to school and, get a degree and get a job, or you could go to the University of Dan Lok and gain a high income skill and make money, right? So we have to figure out what the difference is between what you do and what your competitors do, and that's where you'll find the gold. So imagine if you're a roofing company and all of your competitors only have hard offers. A hard offer, right, is you pay up front one time. So instead, you go, okay, all my competitors are doing this. I'm going to do something totally different. I'm going to make a soft offer. Your competitors charge $300 for roofing services. Instead, you offer free roofing and they only pay the $300 if they're satisfied with your work. Who do you think is going to sell more? You or your competitors now? Exactly. You.
And can you see how when you do that, it is the same thing? You have not changed the service. Offer, value plus product. It is the same thing. It is the same thing. And the risk that you might have, perhaps, I saw it in the chat, well, but seafood, wouldn't that be risky? Just target the people with homes that are over $1 million. That reduces your risk dramatically. Market comes first. Making sense? I don't need to change my strategy. I change who I sell to. It's all about thinking outside of the box. As a high-income copywriter, it's a mechanical activity, but the thinking-wise needs to be outside the box. In fact, one of my favorite saying is, I said, don't think outside the box, blow up the damn box. There's no box. There's no box. When it comes to concepts, ideas, blow up the box. What box? Look at offers outside the industries. When people tell you, oh, you can't do that in this industry, perfect. Means no one is doing it. I would be the blue ocean. Great. I like the fact no one is doing it. Do you want people to tell you, oh yeah, you should do that? Everybody's doing the same thing. No. No, it's not what you want. Another example.
And by the way, as we're going through this, remember that we are adding value. And adding value in this case means making it easier to make the purchase or making the justification of the purchase easier. How much more relieved do you think your prospect is going to be when they see someone else's offer of, okay, $300 up front, or, oh, I don't have to pay if I don't like the job. That's pretty low risk. I'll do that. And yes, some people will take advantage of you. Some people are just fucking assholes. However, you are going to get a shit ton more clients and more business because of your ability to be different and differentiate. Does that make sense? Like, think about it. If everyone else in your local area is charging the $300 up front with a hard offer, and you come in, you're the only person in town saying, we will do the work up front, you pay us after, how many more clients do you think you're going to have than them because you're the only person doing this a lot more? So next example, if you are a coach or consultant and all your competitors have the same price, and then you boost your price up and add more value. So let's say your competitors charge $100 an hour for business consultation. So instead of being stuck at the $100 an hour and being a commodity, you decide to create an offer. So instead, you charge $200 an hour for business consultation, and you include monthly audits, trainings, and breakout sessions with their team. So you're able to increase your price because you've increased the perceived value. So you no longer have to play the commodity game when you've created an irresistible offer. Again, another example. If you're a skin cream company, and by the way, a breakout session is like when you go in, it's kind of like a workshop. It's like you go in, you kind of see what they're doing, and you create ideas and you brainstorm how you can solve some of the problems they're facing. Maybe they're not getting enough customers, maybe they have some issues fulfilling the products and making them, etc. So imagine you're a skin cream company, and all your competitors have a 30-day money-back guarantee. So now you'll have a 60-day, so that's double, 60-day money-back guarantee. But not just that, you'll even double or triple their money back. So you've had a completely different offer. You might be selling the same thing, but your terms are different. Your guarantee is different. So you would stand out a lot in the market. Another example, we got to have a lot of examples here. If your competitors are promising to lose 10 pounds and 3 inches off your waist in 7 days, you'll be completely different by having a completely separate promise. So instead of that, you'll promise them to finally, quote unquote, feel like the man, this is for guys, by having a great six-pack and then include bonuses and premiums to help them get there faster, right? So instead of just selling a weight loss program that just promises to lose weight, we promise an even bigger outcome, and we give them bonuses to help them get there faster, easier, and get more results.
Mm-hmm. And this is why Sifu said business is an intellectual sport. Business is an intellectual sport. Copywriting, intellectual sport. This is all thinking. This is why I said Alan taught me how to think. I learned how to think from copywriting. All these things, it teaches you how to think about the offer, how to think with clarity, how to clarify what you do, how to clarify who your audience is, how to clarify what's the value you're providing, what your competitors are doing. You can't help but get pretty smart doing this. And as you get more experience, this is why it doesn't really matter what industry or business. Of course, when you get into the industry, that is good. I mean, there's certain industries they're just bad, but it really doesn't matter. Like if Sifu wants to get into whatever business, it doesn't really matter. I can get into financial service, I can get into food, I can get into manufacturing, tech, renewable energy. It's all the same. Because at the end of the day, we are doing business with people. People buy from people. If I understand what people want, how to give them what they want, in an irresistible offer, compelling way, it's the same. Like, isn't it? It's the same. Doesn't matter what business. I happens to like the education business. That's one of my businesses. It doesn't really matter. I can sell a $2,000 pen. I can sell a $2,000 program. I can sell a $2,000 workshop. I can sell a pair of shoes for $2,000. Same. And we are the happiest when we're actually selling something that we love, right? We know this is what we enjoy. We love to offer what we could offer to the world in exchange of money. That's the best. And we know that if that helps people and it's what people want, fantastic. This is why there's certain businesses you will never, ever, ever see Sifu in. I will not be in the gambling business. I will not get into the marijuana business. I will not get into the vaping business. I just won't. I have friends offer me. Like they had a pretty big marijuana company to invest in it. It's going to make a lot of money. Don't give a shit. I don't care. It's not something I believe in, right? I just don't believe why it doesn't do people any good. They can say whatever they want, like oh this and that, medical marijuana, all this shit. I don't care. There are better ways and other ways to make money. I don't need to make money doing this, and I don't want to have to explain to people how I make my money. Oh, you made your money selling marijuana, selling cigarettes, selling whatever. No, I don't want to do that. Right? Doesn't matter. I know there's a lot of money in it. You'll never see me. I will not be in it. You fucking go to the grave. You'll never see me in one of those businesses ever. Ever. Right? Period.
So how do you know what to look for in your competitors to know what to differentiate with your offer? Everybody put it in the chat. How do you know what to look for in your competitors to know what to differentiate with your offer? I bet you this is the question you've been asking, isn't it? How do you know? Well, you look at your direct and indirect competitors. You look at these 5 things. Their hook, which we've already gone over. Their primary promise, the outcome. Remember, all roads lead to Rome. What is the promise or outcome they are promising? Price and terms. How much does it cost? Is it a soft offer? Is it a hard offer? Is it a continuity? Is it a free trial? Premiums and bonuses. What do they offer? What objections do they overcome? What kind of value are they adding? And finally, the guarantee. What kind of guarantee are they using? Is it a money back? Is it a conditional, unconditional? Is it time-based, or is it mixed? You find that out. You see patterns. By the way, the key, seeing patterns. Look at what your top 5 to 7 competitors are doing, and then you can see where the big blue ocean is. Can you see how powerful having the right irresistible offer is? Can you see how what's more important than what you write is who you write for and the offer that they have? Because hopefully by the end of this class, you now understand that it doesn't matter how great your copy is if the offer is garbage. However, if the offer is great now, your copy doesn't have to be that good to sell it.
Now, do you understand why offer is 25% equation? Do you see why you need to do research? Do you see why you need to understand the market? Most struggling copywriters never get this. They're monkeying around with the words. They get obsessed with the words. We are week 4. See, who hasn't gone into the how to write. That's the easiest. That stuff is the easiest. This is all just research and thinking. And yet this is the most powerful because this is what is going to give you the most amount of leverage to create the most amount of results. Your copy in the beginning doesn't need to be that good. It would work if you understand this. If you're communicating to them in a way that they feel understood, you understand the pain points, they will take action. Even though your copy is a little rough, it's not as smooth, right? It's okay. It's okay. And you could get the job done. Here's a kicker with fewer words. with fewer words. So when we go into next week, the 4 pillars of copywriting, right? A high income copywriting, you see you don't need as many words. You could write a short little email and boom, it would get results. You write a short little ad, it would get results. It only gets results because you know who you're talking to and you know what they want. And you can say it with fewer words, and it would speak to their heart, right? It would speak to their heart. They'll be like, how do you know? How do you know that's been a problem for me? This is exactly what I've been looking for. I've been searching everywhere. Like you understand me. I want to take action. I want to buy. In fact, I don't want to buy from everybody else. Anybody else. I don't even think about anybody else. I want to buy from you because you know what I'm going through. And I know it's been very overwhelming. How many of you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed? Put in the chat. 5-hour class. I know it's a long class. You're doing good, by the way. You're doing very, very good. Okay. Stretch a bit. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath, receiver. Okay. It's good to be overwhelmed. It's good that you don't understand some of these things. It's good that you feel confused. It's the way it's supposed to be. You don't have to get it right. You just have to get it going. You don't have to get it right. You don't have to write perfect copy. We just need to write profitable copy. And when you get this, it becomes unconscious competence. You just don't think about, I don't think about these things. It would be so easy. You don't even think about it. You just offer, market, boom, boom, offer, guarantee, terms. What is it? Soft, hard, offer, boom, boom. You would go through all of that in a very short period of time when you get used to it, right? When you get used to it. So would it be helpful if Sifu gives you some kind of a checklist? How to know if someone has a good offer? Would that be helpful? Yes? Okay. Checklist. So all of that, taking everything we've talked about tonight, almost 6 hours, 5 hours. How do we put that into subtraction? And just give you a checklist. So when you're working with a client, just ask yourself these questions and go through this. Number one, does the offer solve a big problem in the prospect's world? Say it with me, each one. Repeat after me. Does the prospect solve a big problem in the prospect's world? Number two, say it with me. Is the primary promise something vastly different than the competitors? Is the primary promise something vastly different than the competitors? Number three, is the guarantee unique? Say it one more time. Number three, is the guarantee unique? I want you to repeat after me so it sinks in. Number four, do the bonuses or premiums help get more results faster and easier? Do the bonuses or premiums help get more results faster and easier? Number five, do the bonuses or premiums overcome objections and reasons someone wouldn't invest right now? Are the price and terms vastly different than the competitors? Are the price and terms vastly different than competitors? Number seven, does someone else have a proven product or service solving a similar situation? Number eight, does the guarantee make the offer an absolute no-brainer to try right now? Not tomorrow, right now. Number nine, does the guarantee take all the risk onto the shoulders of The seller. Not the buyer, the seller. Doing good? 2 more questions. Number 10. Does the perceived value far outweigh the actual price? Last one. Are there bonuses or premiums that subtract, simplify, sequence, shortcut, or systemize the experience? That's the checklist. Good job. Good job. You see how you're learning it faster when you're repeating after me, right? When you're saying it, asking the question, it's making connections, right? Lessons are sinking in. Good. Very good. Very good. And when you ask yourself enough, when you go through different offers, when you work with clients, then this becomes like an automatic checklist. You don't even think about it. But it's always good to have something next to you to refer to, right? So you don't forget anything, because people forget stuff too, right? Sometimes, and I forgot that I needed that part or that component, right? It's nice to have that checklist. So, who's ready for some assignments? All right, it's getting intense. This week is going to be a little bit more challenging. It's going to be more exciting because we're gonna write some stuff. Okay, we're gonna take what we've learned in the 4 weeks. Not just we're gonna hand copy. We're still gonna do that, but in the next few weeks, you're gonna start writing. You're gonna put what we learn, what you've accumulated, all the knowledge. We're gonna put that into practice. Okay, you ready? All right, here we go. Step number 1. The fundamental. What do we need to do? Tell me, what do we need to do? Every day, what do we need to do? Say it with me. What do we need to do? Read the HIC Creed, affirmations, daily. See who has added one more assignment here. Instead of just reading it, and that's nice, we're going to hand copy the HIC Creed once a day. I want you to hand copy the HIC Creed just once a day. If you want to, when you're hand copying it, you can also say it at the same time while you're writing it. Very powerful. It programs the creed in your mind when you're writing it. Remember, why do we handwrite all those sales letters? Why don't we hand copy the creed as well? Right? So you internalize it. Every morning, what do we start off with? Attitude of gratitude. By the way, all the lower self, all the negativity, all those things, how do we positively brainwash ourselves for success, not poverty? How do we do that? Affirmations, creed, attitude, gratitude, meat of the day, millionaire mindset before you go to bed. Think about how much negativity that we program ourselves with 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Everything that comes into your mind, without your permission, by the way, now you're taking back control. You're saying, you know what? I don't want this shit going into my mind. I want to be in charge. What information I'm feeding my brain. Compare that, like if you have 24 hours a day, spending an hour feeding your mind with positive, like with abundance, with prosperity, is that a lot? No, it's not a lot. On top of that, that's also depends on how old you are, 20, 30, 40, 50 years of negative programming, poverty programming. We need to do enough just to unprogram you from all that shit from the past. Step number 2, 10 videos a day. Make sure we watch. Definitely. Tonight's class, we watch, take notes. You could do in chunks, but 10 videos a day. 10 videos a day. Minimum. How many videos are you doing right now? 15? 20? 12, 15, 18, 12. Good. Minimum is 10. You go below 10, we have a problem here. 11, 12, 15. Good. 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 Reading the books. Reading the books. And do not, by the way, do not feel like you got to finish all the books before the class, like before like week 7. My goal for you is to get in the habit of reading. To be a good writer, you have to read. You don't have to read all the books in 7 weeks. It's much more important for you to keep reading, even if you do a book a week. If you do a book a week, that's 52 books a year. Even if you do 24 books a year, that's way more than most people. That would give you such an edge in the marketplace because most people don't fucking read. Most of your friends don't fucking read. Like when you talk to your friends, for most people, do you guys talk about what books they're reading? No. Right? If your friends that you talk to about like what books you're reading, those are not so bad. Those friends are not so bad. Right? Depends on what books they're reading. So if you just do even 20, 24 books a year, you are exceptional. You're exceptional. So don't feel like, oh my goodness, I gotta study the swipe file, I gotta write, and I gotta read all the books. It's okay, take your time. Take your time. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. Take your time. You read books. I read books. Still keep reading. All these years, I'm still reading a lot of books. Right? So don't give yourself the pressure. I know you want to get everything done in 7 weeks. I know you're excited, right? And you want to watch all the videos. You want to read all the books. No. It's much more important to me that you continue to learn and grow after the 7 weeks. I'm not so worried about the 7 weeks. I'm much more worried about after 7 weeks when you're on your own, right? Go from there. Because you don't have accountability. You're not in a weekly class anymore. Very easy to lose momentum. Very easy to get distracted, right? Very easy. It is so difficult to get on track, to get on the right path. How much it took you to do it. Oh my fucking God. To get off track, it takes a fucking 1 second. It takes like 1 second. It's like it takes a lifetime to build a reputation, like Warren Buffett said. It takes seconds to lose a reputation, right? Because your lower self is waiting for you, right? It's waiting for you. And that's just a fact of life we have to deal with, okay? Step 4, we're going to dissect some of these offers. So now we're not just looking at the market. We're not looking at the psychology. Now we're going to look at the swipe file. I'm going to dissect these offers. The ultimate persuasion formula, page 25 in the swipe file, your 250 million swipe file. Direct mail bootcamp, page 41. Okay. Also, do you make these mistakes when trying to build muscle mass? Page 99. We're going to dissect these offers. And we are going to dissect them based on 5 things. How many things? 5 things. Hook, primary promise, price and terms, bonuses, guarantee. So you see how Sifu teaches you one thing and I want you to use it. I teach you one thing, I want you to use it. I teach you one thing, I want you to use it. You could go back and look at the same thing, but because I've given you another layer of knowledge, now you go back looking at the same thing. Oh, I didn't see the guarantee before. I didn't see the different types of terms before. I didn't see the offers before. Now you can see it. And I teach you a little bit more. And you go back and say, oh, I didn't see that before, right? Because you are getting smarter. And that feeling is so exhilarating. It's so awesome, isn't it? Right? when you are learning, you're applying. Shouldn't school be like this? You learn something, you go fucking use it. And the minute you learn something, you go fucking use it like right away, not 4 years later. Right? And even in 4 years later, you still don't fucking use that shit like, chemistry or biology and that kind of algebra, right? You never fucking use that shit, right? Like, why can't we just teach people, hey, learn this and use this right now? Versus you don't use it, you lose it. Like, why can't we just give people, hey, this is something that will help you learn it and then do it? And so then when you use it, guess what? Then you own it. Then it becomes part of you. Part of you. Right? So that's the swipe file. And then I want you to create an offer for Sifu. So imagine we are going to offer a high-end, a high-ticket, $25,000 high-level, high-income copywriter one-year mentorship program. You're going to craft the offer. How would you create an irresistible offer that doesn't require any of Sifu's time? Imagine you're writing copy, Sifu's paying you. Imagine Sifu's paying you. And I'm paying you $5,000 to craft this offer. What offer would you come up with for this? Everything you've learned in tonight's class. Okay, and this is the homework that I'm going to look at. So make sure you submit your homework. This is how I tell who is good and who still needs training. So how could you create an offer? Doesn't mean you just keep adding and, we're going to add a lot of this, but if that takes a lot of Sifu's time, it doesn't work. And you want to be sure to submit. So imagine if Sifu paying you for this, how good of an offer could you come up with? If you're joining my team, this is the kind of assignments you'll get. Okay? I want to see who's going to come up with a kick-ass offer. Okay, let's see. It's a lot of competition. I want to see. And submit the assignment to assignments with an S at highincomecopywriters.com. Any questions you have, support@danlaw.com. We will post the attendance rate within 24 hours on the Facebook group. One thing I also notice is this: when you are sharing your aha moments, some of you're doing video, which is good. Some you are writing, right? I want to just challenge you to do both. If you're not comfortable being in front of the camera, I want to challenge you. Step outside the comfort zone, do a video, but also do the writing. It's always good. We are copywriters. We write, right? We write. Or you are very good with, video, but you're not writing too much. Do both. Right, I want you to practice. It's always, everything is you could practice, turn it into a learning experience. Yes, a learning experience. So do both. Do the video as well as do very nice. And I could see you using the techniques in your posts. Great, do that. I love to see those. Right, you're being creative. You're being, funny and cheeky and using all the techniques. Yes, that's how it's supposed to be. Right. Here's a question, Sifu, you want full copy or just offer? I just need the offer. Now, if you want to do a little bit of copy, not the full copy, but explaining the offer, how would that work? That's okay. I want to see it. So I'm not going to restrict you. But you do have a little bit of advantage if you have more copy in it, because it gives me more context when I look at it, right? What the offer is. If you just give me bullet points, well, then those bullet points better be damn good, right? Better be damn good. I saw one more question before we wrap this up. I saw one. Let me see. What's the meaning of doesn't not require Sifu's time? How do you create an offer, a higher ticket offer, that doesn't require seafood's time. You could say, oh, it's a 25K, but it's going to require 10 hours a week from seafood. Well, that doesn't work. How can you create something so compelling that doesn't take seafood's time? I'm not going to limit you. I'm not going to limit you. Andre saying, could it be your team members' time? Absolutely. Again, requirement doesn't require seafood's time. Can we offer the other Avengers? Absolutely, you could. Absolutely, you could. Okay, so have fun with this. Okay, it's going to be super exciting. And next week, we are deep diving into the 4 pillars. Now we're going to get into all the techniques that you want to learn, right? All the how-to, all the little tactics. It's great. It's very, very, very powerful. And we're going to put everything together, and everything will make more sense, especially the next couple of weeks. Awesome. Good job. Very, very, Steve was very proud of you. Not easy. I know it makes your head hurt. It's overwhelming, but you're doing phenomenal. So keep it up. Okay? Keep it up. Great. And remember, you write your own destiny.